and start recording again. Yeah, and then I need to change over. There will be more marbles later. We'll be playing more marbles later. I was gonna say Peepo. No, solo player. Just for the moment, we're going to do another game. We're going to do story time with Joe. So just to let you know, I was lucky enough to get a copy of this game for streaming purposes, so I just have to do a quick little ethics statement. This was developed by Gosatsu Visual Novels, published by Ratalaika Games, came out on the 29th of October, not Halloween, and is currently on sale. So yeah, and it is called SHINRAI, I think that's how you say it, Broken Beyond Despair. Okay, sorry. I tend to miss the whole JK thing and think people are, being serious. But yes, there will be more marbles, but for now we're going to play a game because I finished eating and, I know marbles is a game, but also, So a group of 10 friends gathers at a secluded mountain resort to spend the night of All Hallows Eve together. See, this is why I thought it was a Halloween game. However, what was originally intended to be a fun little Halloween party quickly turns into an actual night of horrors. And one of the attendees is found dead, fear and uncertainty spread among the group as the friends realise they are trapped with a murderer. I'm going to turn down the game volume in a bit, leaky. Interrogate, because I'm going to alter it in the settings, but I'll kill it for now. Interrogate, investigate, and present evidence as you solve various mysteries throughout the night. Maybe you will even be able to save a life, or will your deductions lead you to blame someone completely innocent? Now this is a 150,000 word mystery visual novel with 5 different endings. 4 bad and 1 true culprit. So we're no way going to get through the whole thing today. But hopefully we'll get through a chapter or so, and that'll be good. I'm just going to post a tweet just to let people know that I am still streaming, and then I will start. I just need to copy the name of the game because I'm terrible at this. Okay. Right, okay dokes. Tweeted to let people know that I am still there. Right, so let me just adjust the game volume because it is a little loud. Oh, it's got a mouse cursor. Fun. Right, so background music does not need to be quite so loud. Sound effects. There we go. Leave that. We won't skip anything. So, the general premise behind these games is that visual novels don't tend to have voices because of budget. So, just checking I am actually still live because I didn't hit the wrong button. So what I do is, because I like the stories in the visual novels, I read out the narration, I give the characters voices, and generally do terrible accents that, basically, your mileage may vary. And as it is now 2:30 in the UK and 3:30 in Europe, I imagine if any of my friends from there are still awake, then, if you've got the stream on, then the dulcet tones of my voice will help lure you to having a bit of sleep. For everyone else, we're just going to have a little bit of a fun romp in a murder mystery. So, yeah, if you're comfortable, everyone's got a cup of tea or coffee or hot chocolate or just even a cup of water, whatever you feel. Then we will begin. This story is a work of fiction. Any resemblance to real people, events, locations, and supernatural beings is purely coincidental. Prologue. The Black Cat and the Red Bird. There will probably be a terrible Scottish accent in here, don't worry. As I closed my eyes, a deep sigh escaped my lips. It took quite some courage to do this, but after a bit of hesitation, I finally managed to turn around and step in front of her. I didn't want to do this. I really didn't want to. I already knew I was going to regret it, so why? Why was I still doing this? Was it simple curiosity? Or the futile hope that it wasn't going to be that bad? Whatever the case, I just wanted to get this whole thing over with. So without further ado, I opened my eyes. Just a few inches away from me. Hi, Tom! Arrived just in time for story time. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Come in, come in. Feel free, everyone that has joined me, to drop a follow in case you want more dulcet tones or marbles on stream or Sayonara Wild Hearts. I will be doing all of those again at some point. Feel free to drop me a follow. There's a little purple button down there that says follow. It doesn't cost anything. And then you'll be notified if I stream. And also the numbers will go up and make me happy. But yes, Bookmore is my friend Doma. And I'm very grateful that he's here with us. Cool. Yes, well, it's, yeah, as I said, it's 2:30 in the morning for you, Dan, so you and Milo have a good snooze and I will catch you later. And yes, I'm glad you're here, Tom. Glad you are here. So, we are just starting a game called SHINRAI, Broken Beyond Despair. It is a Halloween party gone wrong, a murder mystery. And I'm just reading the prologue. Albino, oh my god, we have to help Albino Dog Elite as well. You've got to create an account for Milo. But yes, I shall endeavour not to do any unnecessarily loud noises, and hopefully this will be a nice story time. I will still be chatting. Hopefully you'll be able to tell when I'm chatting versus when I am reading the book, because my voice should change. But for now, hopefully everyone here is having a good time so far. We are over 4.5 hours into a 24-hour stream. We've had one marbles break while I had some food, which went rather successfully. We played 3 and a bit hours of Sayonara Wild Hearts, which was awesome. We may come back to that today. I suppose today. Yeah, it will be today. We may come back to that today, but we will definitely be doing further streams on that to try and do some of the challenges. For now, we've got story time with Joe for the next probably couple of hours. I didn't really have too much of a plan beyond I wanted to do a story time. At about 10 AM my time-ish, we'll be playing some Undertale. In between now and then, see how it goes. So without further ado, I open my eyes. Just a few inches away from me, there is a cat. Or is a person dressed as a cat. Those look creepy claws. There she was. A short, somewhat fragile-looking girl with light blonde hair and thick, black-rimmed glasses framing her boring grey eyes. I took a moment to carefully examine her from top to toe. When my eyes eventually met with hers again, we kept standing there, wordlessly and motionlessly staring at each other for what felt like an awkward eternity. Her expression was completely empty and didn't give any insight into her thoughts. From the lifeless indifference lingering on her face, no one would have been able to guess what was going on inside her head. No one but me. I knew all too well what she was thinking right now. In fact, I knew this person better than anyone else in this world. Even though, at this very moment, I truly wished I didn't. I mean, she looked so incredibly ridiculous. Just standing next to her would have made anyone cringe in embarrassment. That fuzzy sweater with the long, baggy sleeves, the almost criminally short skirt, and the hole-covered tights choking her thin legs. What an imagery. It truly was an outrageous get-up. However, even worse than the clothes themselves were those appalling accessories, like that silly bell on her chest, the furry gloves with the long plastic claws, the fluffy tail that was glued to her almost non-existent butt. And last but not least, the tiny ears which were attached to her hairband and finally completed the unbelievably lame kitty costume. Alright, already I hate the narrator. Seriously, who in their right mind would run around like this? Unless they wanted to be turned into the laughingstock of the town. But there was no need to say a word about it. By now the indifference on her face had transformed into utter disgust. She knew herself how ridiculous it was. Yes, her expression clearly showed that she was anything but happy to wear this humiliating abomination of a costume. Naturally, this begged the question, why was she wearing it then? The answer was simple. It was a certain someone's fault. A certain someone who had asked her to wear it. Someone who had been so incredibly persistent about it that she had ultimately given in to that preposterous request. Just like she always did. But not anymore. And to make that clear beyond a doubt, she raised her voice and yelled as loud as she could. Forget it! Frustrated, I turned away from the mirror, took off the stupid gloves and the fuzzy sweater and threw everything right into that certain someone's devilishly grinning face. Okay, I think we changed narrators. Hey, what are you doing? I am definitely not going to wear this. But why? Do you even have to ask? I must have lost my mind to let you talk me into trying this on. Just the idea of me running around in this is as ludicrous as the outfit itself. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Okay. Shinpuku Rihatsu, apologies for butchering names. Born October 3rd, 75. She's 35 years old, which means that it is 2010, I think. Hi, Christina. Hi, Christina. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Okay, so occupation, composer, hairstylist. Likes everything fluffy, shopping and teasing people. Dislikes killjoys and punctuality. Oh, right. Okay. Rihatsu Shinpuku, my mother. Unfortunately, she had bugged me the entire day about trying this outfit on until I had been so frustrated that I had simply agreed to it. Even though I really should have learned my lesson by now. It was always the same with her. When she wasn't working as a hairstylist or composing music for video games, she dedicated her life to the sole purpose of harassing me, her one and only daughter, never passing up an opportunity to tease or embarrass me, especially in front of others. Of course, she always denied those claims, assuring me she didn't try to humiliate me. However, that was kind of hard to believe when a big mischievous smile was spread across her lips like that. I have no idea who's talking at what point either. Put it on again. It's not that bad. You look so incredibly cute in it that I could literally hug you to death. I don't want to be hugged to death, though. I also don't want to disgrace myself in front of my classmates by wearing this grotesque thing. Oh, you're exaggerating. No, I'm not. This is just... It's what? Totally unacceptable. I told you I wouldn't wear any silly costumes, but I certainly won't take a single step outside in this atrocity. Yeah, totally exaggerating. I thought you were required to wear a costume. There's a big difference between a costume and a degrading piece of textile trash. Besides, wearing a costume is not required. They said I should if possible, but it's not mandatory. Come on, don't be such a killjoy. I bet everyone else is going to wear a costume. Do you have to be the only one to march to a different drummer again? What the others are doing is irrelevant to me. If they jump off a cliff, I certainly won't follow them. Or would you want me to do that too? Oh, you. Like always, it's impossible to argue with you. Well, what did you expect? Seriously, as a 14-year-old middle schooler, I was long out of that age where I enjoyed this kind of childish nonsense. It was bad enough that I had allowed myself to be persuaded into taking part in this event. However, wearing this horrendous costume on top of it was definitely going too far. You're always such a party pooper. Here, put it on. It'll be fun. For the others, when they're laughing at me. Nah, that's not true. You look cute. Not ridiculous. She'd been trying to hide it the whole time, but her quivering lips finally gave away the truth. Not able to hold it in any longer, she burst into loud, almost maniacal laughter. Your expression is priceless. At least someone's having fun here. Oh yes, I'm having a blast. Come on, put it on again. No, I should have known better than to try it on even once. While she kept laughing, I took off the rest of these disturbing clothes, which couldn't even be deemed acceptable as a moth meal, and threw them into the garbage bin. Then I opened my closet, grabbed something I was actually able to feel comfortable in. Alright, much better. Much more boring. Hey, don't look at me like that. Is this what I get for merely trying to help you? Help me. You just wanted to get a good laugh out of this, admit it. Who knows? And while she was still giggling to herself, I was buttoning up my cardigan. Ding dong. Bell. Oh, that's got to be Nabara. I'll go open the door. Should I give her the cat costume? You could take it with you just in case you change your mind and... No. Okay. Snorting, she zoomed out of my room and continued laughing as she went downstairs. This woman. Nothing in this world seemed to offer her more amusement than her own daughter's misery. Just why had I, of all people, been punished with a mother like her? Oh well. There was no point in getting riled up again. Besides, if Nabara was here, I had to hurry so I wouldn't keep her waiting. With that in mind, I picked up the pace a little, and once I was ready, quickly hopped down the stairs. My friend was already standing in the doorway waiting for me. The moment our eyes met, she greeted me with her trademark salute. There she is. Yo, Raiko-chan! Hi, Bara-chan. What's up? You ready to roll? Alright, Nabara, Akadora. March 22nd, 96, age 14. So yeah, definitely 2010. Club, basketball. Likes rap, sports, video games. Dislikes ghosts, graveyards, and hospitals. Nabara, Akadora, my best friend. Due to the relationship between our fathers, we have basically grown up together. So much more than a friend, she actually felt like a sister to me. And as such, she was the only person who truly understood me, and with whom I was able to talk about anything and everything. Granted, I never even made an attempt to get close to anyone else, but with her at my side, I didn't feel the need to. I kind of knew myself that I could be somewhat difficult to deal with, so the fact that she always stuck by me no matter what was something I greatly appreciated. Which is why I always made sure to be there for her as well whenever she needed me. Thank you so much. I can't see the tiny little... Hey! Yay! Tom and Christina, thank you so much for the donation. Sorry, the text is too tiny to see the names. I can see the money, but I can't see the names. So I have to wait for it to pop up on my other screen. Thank you so much for the donation. Much appreciated. There we go. Tom and Christina. And also, awesome number. Awesome number. Love the 3s. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Just as an FYI, anyone who's in chat and thinking about donating, if you put a message in as well, there is a link which will pop up occasionally, or I can hit the button. If you go to the link, if you put in a message, then it will read it on stream, which is kind of cool. You don't have to, but it's just fun. And I like the cheering. The cheering makes me happy. Ooh. Oh dear. The yawns are kicking in. I'm just gonna have the caffeine. And I might actually put the heating on for a moment because it's gone a little bit chilly. I think it's quite cold outside again. Definitely like the raspberry. Definitely like the raspberry flavoured one. Let's see what temperature it actually is. Oh, it's 9 degrees today. It was 7 last time. I have lots and lots of messages. I like getting messages. Getting alerts. Your donation message will be read by a polite British robot. Indeed, Leaky. Indeed, right. I'm just going to quickly put the heating on. Be right back. And I'm back. I just had to flick a switch. Just because it's getting slightly chilly and I don't want to be shivering whilst having story time. I'm going to put my blanket on. Okay, just give me another moment and we can leave. It's cool. No need to hurry. Even though she said that, I couldn't help but put my shoes on as fast as possible. While doing so, Barra-chan kept watching me, flashing the happiest of grins. Excuse me? Yeah. Huh? What's so funny? Huh. Just still surprised you're coming along, Saul. Yeah, 10 to 3. It's fine, it's fine. It's fine. This is why I'm doing the early morning thing now. Because I slept till like 6 p.m. So technically, it's the equivalent of like 3 in the afternoon for me. Because I wonked to my sleep. But yes, it's for a good cause. Yeah, exactly. The idea was to be smart. And also, you know, to catch the sort of Friday night in the US type thing, early morning in Australia, and unfortunately, you know, late night in, you know, UK, Europe, but I figured it will work better than starting at like 9 AM on a Saturday, which is sort of always feels a little bit dead on Twitch. It's 3 PM Angel Standard Time, yes, exactly. Which is probably somewhere in Australia, Angel Standard Time. Right now, the equivalent. I'm basically I've topsy-turvied myself. But yeah, I mean, because game day is the 6th of November, it's now the 6th of November for me. I thought, as I always start early, effectively, I thought I would get my stream in, overlap slightly with Jesse's stream, and still be able to catch other people's streams, rather than basically finishing mine and just zonking out and missing everything else. Whereas now I'll be able to catch other people's streams and support them. So, yeah, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah. Just waiting for it to heat up a little bit now, because now I'm just like, oh, it's actually really chilly. Yeah. Oh, still just surprised you're coming along, Saul. I see. Well, I promised you. Yeah. Thanks again for that. Don't mention it. I have to say, though, I'm still surprised you actually want to go there. Thanks, Leaky. You know what it's all about and what we're going to do there tonight, right? Yeah? But what was I going to do? Ree was giving him damn puppy dog eyes again. Just couldn't say no. I mean, she apparently put a lot of effort into this. Well, I just hope you're not going to regret it once we're there. Nah, I'll be fine. I prepared myself. Nothing can faze me now. Oh? And I guess I don't have to accompany you after all. What? Wait! You have to come with me. For you know, like, just in case. I will. Don't worry. So how exactly did you prepare your... Hey! Just as I put on my shoes and turned around to get my bag, I caught my mother right in the despicable act of trying to stuff that manifested form of black defamation into it. Without hesitation, I quickly snagged it away from her. Aww, you sure you don't want to take the costume with you? Yes, I'm sure. Barachan isn't wearing one either, see? At first I was actually thinking about wearing a costume, but then I was like, nah, because I had no clue what to pick. Didn't you want to costumize yourself, Reiko-chan? No. Yeah, would have surprised me anyway. Yeah, just not the type to do that. I mean, she's wearing cat ears. I mean, that's half a costume. That said, what's going on with them kitty ears? Kitty ears? What do you... Oh, wait. What the... She was right. When I carefully patted myself on the head, I could feel them. Fluffy kitten ears. I'd totally forgotten to take off that hairband with the cat ears attached to it. I kind of like hair. Alright, take good care of my Raiko and make sure she's having fun. Yes, Nobara-chan? Yes. Hey, wait a second. Bye-bye. Good night. Have fun. What are you... Before I knew what was going on, Barachan and I had been pushed outside by my mother, who instantly slammed the door shut behind us. I quickly turned around, but it was too late. The clicking sound of the lock let me know she wasn't willing to open up again. I aimed my gaze at the translucent window next to the door. Even though all I could see was a silhouette, it wasn't hard to tell that she had once again burst into laughter. An insufferable woman. Had she done this just so I couldn't switch the cat ears with my original hairband, which was still lying on my bed? What the heck was that all about? Don't ask. Oh, okay, if you say so. But them ears look like super cute. I want some too. You can have these. Nah. On second thought, better not. If I put them on, he's going to completely lose it. With he, Barachan was referring to the man who had brought her here and who was standing right behind us, waiting next to his car. The moment we turned around to him, he quickly sprinted towards us, a grin the size of a watermelon slice carved into the lower half of his face. Ah, yo-ho, my beautiful young ladies. Good evening, Mr. Akadori. Henjin Akadori, 17th of July, 69, age 41, occupation novelist. Likes horror and samurai movies, dislikes bad drivers, bad writers, and badminton. No worries, Tom. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. And Christina as well. Thank you so much for the donation. And yeah, feel free, if you're not already following, to drop me a follow. No obligation, but you know, I like we follows. And yes, okay, yeah, Super Subterfuge, awesome. Yes, people should get sleep. I mean, if you want to leave the stream on in the background, we're going to be doing this for another couple of hours. So, you know, dulcet tones of story time. Thanks for the follow, Tom. Or feel free to lurk, or obviously, you know, I mean, if you are going to sleep and can leave the stream up, you know, always good. Keeps the views up, makes me happy. But you don't have to. And we'll be streaming for 24 hours. No worries. We're streaming for 24 hours in total, so if you have to go to sleep now or you have other stuff to do, please consider dropping back in the future. You know, we'll be going another 19 hours. So yeah, and we still have several other games that we are going to play, but we're going to figure out what's going on with this story first. I like the purple. So far I'm going for a purple theme on my games. In about 7 hours, I think I'm going to be doing a starter playthrough of Undertale. I don't know what I'm going to be doing in the other, well, aside from this for a couple of hours. I don't know what I'm going to be doing in the other 5 hours. And then after Undertale, we're going to play a little bit of Stardew Valley. The heating has come on. I know, because I can smell my hot dust. I forgot to clean my radiator again. It's on my list. It's just, I was like, I need to get stuff ready for the charity stream. I need to get food ready for the charity stream. I need to stay awake for a charity stream so that I can sleep. And didn't actually get any chores done. Oh no, I lie. I got laundry done. I did get laundry done, and I had a bath, which was nice. Because, well, you know, nice hot bath. Always a good way to stay awake. And then I started falling asleep in the bath, so I got out of the bath and then was like, right, I need to stay awake for the 3 hours. But yes, so at some point I need to clean my radiator. No one really cares about this. So yeah, so we will, yes, so we will do this for a couple of hours, then we'll play something else, probably play another game. In about 7 hours time, we're going to start a playthrough of Undertale, because Dan donated for at least an hour. We're going to do probably 2. Then we're going to play some Stardew Valley for a little bit of cozy time, because it'll be Saturday. Well, it is Saturday now. We'll do a little bit of cozy Saturday. I will hydrate in a minute. I just want to finish my spiel. And we will play that until Jesse gets on, because Jesse is also going to be doing Extra Life. And when he's started and ready, we are going to be co-streaming, well, co-playing. I mean, we're still going to be both streaming, but can't co-stream anymore, really. I'm going to be co-playing Operation Tango, which is a cooperative game, for probably several hours. You know, maybe 4 or 5, depending on how long we go. And then we'll be probably staying on chat, because it'll be the final 3 hours then of my stream, and it'll help keep me awake. Playing compatible games. I think by the sounds of it, Jesse wants to do some Sayonara Wild Hearts, so I might jump back on that. I might do my Z-Axis challenges, or I might do that after this. I haven't decided yet. There will also be 2 more breaks for marbles, because I need to eat. I have decided we'll do marbles breaks while I eat. And thank you for the host, Christina. No? Book. Tom. That's your alternate account, isn't it? Thank you. Or your work account. Thank you so much for the host. Much appreciated. Yes, feel free to host if you have people that watch your stream. Even if you don't, I like the numbers. Again, I just like seeing the numbers go up, because lots of high numbers make me happy, because it's like people are here. Even if you're lurking or not even watching or paying any attention, if the numbers are there, they make me happy. Because otherwise I just feel like I'm talking into the void, and the void doesn't talk back, sadly. Well, I mean, if it does, yay! Hosting is good. Spread the good word, yes. If you have communities that do watch game streams and you want to spread the word, I have spammed a couple of Discords, but please feel free. Yeah, the void talks back, yeah. I mean, if it's a black cat, then yeah, sometimes the void talks back, but yeah, it's just nice, especially when I'm doing a charity stream, or particularly when I'm doing a charity stream, to have other people here, because, you know, it is hard to stay awake for 24 hours. I mean, the last couple of days I've actually stayed awake a lot, and it's not been too bad, but I imagine that because I'm actually talking and playing, that I am going to at some point run out of steam, and at that point it's going to be nice to have the company. I mean, it's nice to have the company now. It makes me happy to have the company. And lots of new follows today as well. Lots of new people here, and hopefully everyone's enjoying. And, you know, maybe I'll see a few of you, you know, in my regular streams. We do regular story time. We do regular indie games. We will be doing some more Sayonara Wild Hearts. And, you know, if you're in my Discord, feel free to suggest a game. I mean, if you've got enough points, feel free to suggest a game. I may reduce the cost on that, depending on how I feel. Though at the moment I've got a little bit of backlog of requests that I have to get through. So maybe once I've got through those, I will reduce the number of points required to request a game. But I'm always up for game solutions. Thank you, Leaky. Oh yes, if the void does start talking back, then it may be that I fall asleep. That's a good point, Olkesh. It's a good point. Hopefully, I won't fall asleep on. I mean, I don't feel tired enough to. I mean, I've not been awake long enough at the moment to feel tired, even though it's pitch black outside. Yeah, I woke up for the first time about 1 p.m. yesterday and went, no, it's not dark yet, so therefore it's way too early to be awake. Because it gets dark here at like 5-ish, so I was like, if it's not dark, it's not, I need to be going back to sleep. And I sort of managed to, kind of, and then at 6 p.m. I got woken by fireworks. And I was like, ideally I wanted at least another hour of sleep, but then people started yelling at the fireworks, and then it was like, right, well, I'm definitely not going back to sleep. So by the end of this stream, I'll have been awake 28 hours in a row. So yeah, I know the clocks change over in America tonight, tomorrow night, whatever, Sunday at like 2 in the morning, whenever that is for you in America, they change over. So I think Jesse was considering maybe doing a 25-hour stream because of that, if he hit a decent enough donation goal. I will not be, I will just be doing the 24. I'm only legally bound for 24, as Dan would say. But no, 24 is enough. If I'd have managed to get extra sleep, I probably would just do the 24. Because, you know, I will be finishing at 10 p.m. my time, UK time, when we hit to 24 hours, which is perfect to go to bed and then sleep through it with no alarms. Ooh, that reminds me. I want to make sure that my 8 o'clock alarm does not blare in my ear, because that is annoying. Right, turn off wake up alarm, just this. Cool. We don't want the wake up alarm going off at 8. I'll sleep through, and then hopefully I'll just be back to normal sleeping. Hopefully I'll be able to sleep through. But yes. Thanks so much, Mr. Coolness. No worries. Have a nice sleep if it is sleep time. I'm assuming it's sleep time as people are heading off. Have a good sleep, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you in your morning, my afternoon, whenever it is. I'm here for another 19 hours, just shy of 19 hours, so feel free to stop by, dip in, dip out. As I said, I just appreciate you all being here, keeping me company. And everyone that is going to bed to sleep, sleep well. Oh, you have work! Oh no! Oh, I forgot that that's a thing. Yeah, all in which case, have a good day at work. And I'll catch you when you get back. Yes, I have to admit, I have no idea what sort of time it is. It looks like it's sort of late in places. It's like 11 for Jesse right now. It's usually where I go for, like, I know that's in America. I think it's like 8 p.m. for like... Oh, you work nights! Oh. Oh, well that makes sense now, because it seems to be nighttime in the US. No, interesting. I don't think I could do that. I do respect people that can do nights. I was confused enough being still awake at like 9 a.m. in the morning yesterday to then go to sleep, to then wake up and it be dark. So if I had to do that normally, I think I would be very... yeah. I mean, the day before I was very confused. It suddenly was 5 o'clock and I'm like, I have no idea what happened. But I don't feel like I've been up very long. But it's also 5 o'clock. And then Scruff was like, are you streaming? I'm like, yes. What time is it? Oh, okay, yes, now I am streaming. In a couple of hours, apparently. And then we had a good stream with Inspector Waffles, the cat detective. That was so much fun. Oh, we could possibly do another couple of chapters of that. It's not a bad idea. Point and click after we've done the novel. Or should we try and do some of the time trials in Z-axis? Then do a point and click, then play Undertale. Just to mix up the genres a bit. Well. Yeah. What? Ooh. Way too many email-y things just popping up. When did I tweet? Oh, 2:30. Yeah, so we'll do a couple of hours of story time, and then we'll see where we're at. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Sorry, just getting a bit confused. Right, there we go. I think the tweets are slightly delayed with donations, but... Right. No, that's all good. Just checking stuff on my computer. Got to make sure that, you know, I post at regular intervals. I'm going to post, I think, generally either when I change games, don't know, depends how frequently I change games, or sort of like at a regular interval just to go, I'm still here, I'm still playing, if anyone wants to come along. You know, feel free if you're following me on Twitter to retweet my tweets, to quote tweet, share with your following. But I just figured it'll hit all of the time zones as I do. Okay, before I get started again, I'm just going to very quickly go find a cardigan just to add, because it's just gone slightly chilly considering it's 3 in the morning, and then I might take my lenses out and put my specs on for story time. I feel like it's a bit more of a librarian-esque issue. Alright, just give me like 60 seconds, I'll be right back. That was slightly longer than 60 seconds, but I had to in a pile of laundry. I did the laundry. I did not put it away. And then I couldn't find my cardigan. There we go. Right. I'll take my eyes out. Also gives my eyes a break, because contact lenses, although I could wear them for 28 hours solid, it's not the best idea. And sometimes they get a bit tired, so. Of course, that's it. So now I need to clear them. Right, and then we will continue with the story. There we go. Right, now we're cozy. Nice and cozy. Right. Yes, his name was Henjin Akadora, and much to her dismay, he was Barachan's father. Unlike my mother, who I was sure did it on purpose, he probably didn't intend to cause his daughter so much grief. I mean, parents generally don't. Hey, Havor. How you doing? Did I hydrate? Yes! I mean, I had caffeine, but I can have some tea as well. Just to assume. Warm me up from the inside. But yes, I remember having pink caffeine. But I will, just in case, have another hydrate. Yeah, I need to mark what changes done. Right. But yes, hi Havor. Did you do another stream? Since I did you a shout out. Or I just imagine. No, I think you didn't. All good. Okie dokes. Story time. Right. But I guess that wasn't much consolation to her. Mr. Akadori was the very definition of an overprotective and overly affectionate father. One in whose mind his daughter had never grown past the age of a toddler, it seemed. His constant barrages of adoration often crossed into rather cringe-worthy territory, to the point where even I felt deeply embarrassed whether I was hit by the occasional stray bullet or not. So how are you doing, Raiko-chan? Fine, thank you. That's good to hear. Those kitty ears look totes adorable. Totes adorbs, as you kids like to say. As always, your adorbsness rivals that of my precious little Nobara-chan. Dad! Oh, ho 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 ho. Well, Raiko-chan, just throw your bag in the bag. Hey, that even rhymed. I did as he told me, and after depositing my bag inside the car, thanked him once again for driving us. No problem. Okay, I feel like this requires cute hat as well. We're all dressing up in costumes. I have a cute hat. Hi, Lady McGree. Cringe mare, I know, right? Oh dear. Okay, now I need to turn the heating off. I've warmed up. Good. Yes, cringe mare. Well, I mean, you made it sound so appealing, but also, you know, murder mystery. And, well, you know, promo games are made to be streamed. As seen on TikTok, and as bought by me, because I am susceptible to cute things. Right. I'd do anything for my cutesy-wootsy little darling daughter and her friends. Oh, Dad! Could you please stop that? At least in front of my friends. Oh, don't be embarrassed. Raiko-chan should be used to it by now, eh? Oh wait, my little sweetie. When he realised Barachan was already about to open the car door, Mr. Akadori quickly jumped in front of her to open it herself. I'm a Nazbatag? Oh god, of course, yeah. Well, you know me, I'm nothing if not retro. It's not on my head right. Just like the chauffeur, you have to climb inside. There you go. Hop in, my princess. After she had gotten inside, mumbling to herself in frustration, I took my place next to her on the back seat. Mr. Akadori closed the door, walked around the car, and after jumping inside himself, started the engine, whilst winking at us through the rearview mirror. It was no surprise that Barachan's mood had suddenly taken a nosedive. In the end, both of us had been punished with somewhat weird and annoying parents. Neither of us was too happy about him taking us to the party. However, since it was held in a resort outside of the city, and my own father was busy working, we hadn't had much of a choice but to accept Mr. Akidori's offer to drive us. Alright, let's set out on our journey, my little sweethearts. And with that, we drove off into the pitch black night. I know it might already be a bit too late for this, but I want to take this opportunity to properly introduce myself. Raiko Shinpuku. 14th of August 96, age 14, club, literature. Likes cats, peace and quiet, reading. Dislikes ignorance, parties and troublemakers. I'm sorry, that could entertain me all evening. My name is Raiko. Raiko Shinpuku. A normal middle schooler who tried mostly to keep to herself and who didn't really enjoy parties or the like. And I certainly didn't care for something as silly as the Festival of the Dead. Yet here I was on my way to my very first Halloween party. And what a party it was going to be. Given its theme, we expected all kinds of horrors to lie in wait for us. However, neither Barachan or I had been prepared for what was actually going to await us. It certainly was going to be a night of the dead. You can now access the character profiles and the notebook from the main menu. To open the main menu, press hamburger button. Aha. Ooh, how many people are we going to meet? Nice. Notebook. Clues and evidence. Trivia. Halloween party. Halloween, also known as All Hallows Eve. I guess you could call it the Festival of the Dead. It takes place on October 31st, and this year, 2010, falls on a Sunday. I've never really been interested in this kind of stuff. It's rather popular among my classmates, though. Many of them have been looking forward to it all month. Misaki and Ri even decided to throw Halloween parties. I never received one from Misaki, but Ri handed me an invitation about 2 weeks ago. She has always loved throwing parties, and it's not the first time she's invited me. However, just like all the other times before, I initially declined. I just don't really enjoy these kinds of things. Barachan originally declined as well, but it didn't take much for Ri to change her mind. Since Barachan didn't want to go alone, she begged me to accompany her, and of course I couldn't say no to my best friend. Thus, I became part of this after all. The party takes place at the Miyamoto Mountain Resort, owned by Ri's dad. He won't be able to be there himself, and according to rumor, only gave his consent because Ri promised that Ruma's parents would be around to keep an eye on us. What Mr. Miyamoto doesn't know is that his daughter lied. No adults will be around at all. What's even better is the fact that Ruma's parents are actually in on it and promised to play along. What could possibly go wrong? Maps and diary entries. My brand new diary. Friday, October 29th. So my first entry in my new diary. I still can't believe I actually managed to fill up the old one so quickly. I bought this one right after school. Barachan accompanied me, of course. She actually picked this one because she likes the red phoenix on the cover so much. Let's see how long this one will last. I guess I should probably try and restrain myself a little and not write entire essays anymore. Anyway, except for my shopping tour with Barachan, today was meh. A day just like any other. School was quite annoying and boring as well. I came in through a paper plane in the back of my head during class. When I turned around, she just gave me that same look as always, an icy glare full of contempt. Kobayashi sensei scolded her, but she didn't seem to care, and just half-heartedly apologized to me. I really wonder what's up with that girl. Unfortunately, she's going to be at the party too, as if there weren't already enough reasons for me not to look forward to it. Oh well. Before I start complaining about that whole Halloween party ordeal again, I better stop here. It's time for bed anyway. Oh right, highlight of the day. I saw a really fluffy black cat on my way to school. I wanted to pet it, but Barachan scared it away. I hope I'll get to see it again. Hi, Kai. What's wrong? What's on my head? I had to buy it because I'm adorably silly. And also there's a Halloween party, so I have to wear a costume. And I'm a bunny. See? I hope I get to see it again. New diary. Ha! The cover does look nice. I hope this is going to be more interesting read than your old one. Seriously, who cares about cats? Where's the juicy stuff, like perverted fantasies about hot guys? That's what a diary is for, dear. Well, still looking forward to your future entries. I did get some dirt on you from your old diary. Or maybe that Carmen girl is secretly in love with you. She probably just wants your attention. Maybe you should ask her out on a date. Yay! I'm glad your desk is assembled. Saturday, October 30th. So Mum found my diary again. Guess I'll have to hide it someplace else now. I really can do without her commentary. Anyway, just finished studying. Barachan and her dad will pick me up around 9:30 p.m. Until then, I think I just want to take it easy and relax. Mum seems to be out shopping again, so maybe I'll get to enjoy a nice peaceful afternoon. Okay, scratch that. She's back and annoying as ever. Apparently, she bought a Halloween costume for me, even though I told her I didn't want to wear one, and now she wants me to try it on. Just have to lock my door and ignore her, which is harder than I thought, given that she keeps pounding on it like an angry gorilla now. Curses. She's still at it. Does this woman never get tired of yelling? Alright, I can't take it anymore. I know I'm going to regret it, but I've agreed to try it on later, just to shut her up. Joy. Hey, it's not cool to talk about your mother like that. Besides, it's your own fault. You could have saved yourself a lot of trouble and annoyance if you just agreed to it sooner, little lady. Also, you got to do better than that if you want to try to hide your diary from me. And you did seriously call me a gorilla on the previous page? Alright, made some last minute preparations for tonight. Barachan should be here soon. I guess it's time to finally try on that stupid costume and then get away from here. Suddenly, I'm quite overjoyed to know that I will be spending the night far away from my annoying mother. And speaking of which, guess I'll take my diary with me. I mean, basically, I just went bunny ear hat. I nearly also bought the little dino that one of my favorite TikTok people has, but the purple one wouldn't have arrived in time. So I didn't. But this arrived the next day. Cool. So we've got clues and evidence, which we have none yet. Various trivia, maps, and diary entries, which is awesome. We're going to drop a save because why not? And carry on with the story. Oh. Ow! Oh, I accidentally just bent my fingers back. Ow. New notebook entries have been added. Ow. New diary entries have been added. New character profiles have been added. I know this. Ow. Oh, that really hurt. Ah! And now we're in chapter 1. Nice. Relaxation. I just, like, here. Like, not in a place that you can... Not really in a place that you can stretch. Just accidentally bent it the wrong way. Right. Anyway, hopefully it'll go away. It was already 10 p.m. as we continued following the mountain road under the black night sky, richly ornamented with an endless variety of twinkling stars, some slightly bigger and shining more vibrant than others. I've got the hiccups now. It displayed a melancholic full moon in its centre. However, despite this giant white orb hanging above us, bathing everything in its pale ghostly light, I could barely see anything outside the window. Only a black sea of trees and the irregular shape of the mountains lined up in the distance. And of course, the flashing lights of various vehicles passing by at such velocity. They had already vanished into the darkness behind us the moment I took note of them. Growing tired of counting the number of cars rushing past us, I turned back to Barachan, who was leaning against my shoulder, yawning. She looked as though she was about to fall asleep any moment, but before I got a chance to ask if she was okay, she quickly rubbed her eyes, righted herself, and smiled at me, as if to say she was perfectly fine. Clearly she wasn't, but I couldn't really blame her. I would have preferred to lie down in my warm, comfortable bed and get a good night's rest myself, but we have to stream for another 18.5 hours for charity. It was already too late to turn back now. I threw my gaze back out the window once more, sighing with regret. I think I was actually sitting here on my way to that silly party. Still couldn't believe it. If only it had started a little earlier, at least. I was nowhere near as tired as Barachan seemed to be, but in just about 2 hours it was going to be midnight, and Ree probably expected us to stay up way past that. To her, that was the whole point, since having a Halloween party in the dead of night was better for setting the right mood. To me, however, it only served to make it even more of a hassle. Oh well, at least tomorrow was a Sunday, so I could sleep as long as I wanted. The only thing I really had to worry about was whether the others were going to have too much mischief on their minds. Whoa, what the hell? Brain-dead jerk. Just because you're driving a big truck doesn't mean the road belongs solely to you, asshole. Egotistic numbnuts like that really piss me off. I hope he gets into an accident. Would serve him right. Okay, road rage. Anywho, I think we should be there soon, my little cuddly bears. So you said it's going to be a Halloween party, huh? Never did anything fancy like that when I was your age. But is it really going to be alright to have a party in a hotel? I mean, won't you disturb the other guests? Dunno, but Ree's dad owns the place and gave her permission, so I guess it'll be alright. I don't think he would have allowed this if it would cause trouble for actual paying customers. I mean, I would totally have a conversation with the hat. It's cute. It has little bunny paws. Yeah, squeeze a little bunny paws. And it makes the little ears to a dance. As seen on TikTok. Which is why I bought it. It wasn't massively expensive. It's got little tubey things that make the ears stand up. It's very cute. Very cute. Never sausage roll. My email is basically, you have an extra life donation. You have an extra life donation. I love you all. You're all awesome. And also, random gifts. Pikachu! I don't think he would have allowed this if it would cause trouble for actual paying customers. We planned this whole thing quite some time ago, so I'm fairly certain her father made sure not to have any visitors this weekend. Besides, considering it lies rather isolated in the mountains, it's most likely to be some kind of vacation resort and not an actual hotel. And since there are no major vacations this time of year, it's unlikely for a lot of people to have made reservations. Might even be closed. I see. Guess that'd make sense. So wait a moment. Doesn't that mean you'll have the entire resort to yourselves? It begs the question, will there be any adults around, or is it just you kids? I mean, my little Rose among only teenagers in an isolated hotel far away from home for an entire night. If some alcohol is going to be part of that equation, I don't even want to imagine the possible outcomes. We wouldn't drink any alk, Dad. Please, Dad would never allow that. And we know very well that we're too young for that. Do you think we're that irresponsible? That's not what I meant, my honeycomb. I know I can trust you and Raiko-chan. I'm more worried about your classmates. Maybe it'd be better if I stay overnight as well, and... Forget it? Oh, you'd be a good dad and just drive back home, alright? Besides, you only think Ree's dad will leave her unattended? She's more precious to him than his entire fortune. Jesse! Thank you so much for the resub! 17 months. Blimey. That's nearly 2 Twitch babies! Are you heading off to sleep soon? Feel like it's like 11:30 there or something. Yes, I feel like it's 11:30 there. You're heading off to sleep soon. Getting yourself ready for Extra Life. Appreciate you hanging out with me until then. And then yeah, if you'd maybe ping me in chat when you are up and sort of ready to start, and then we can sort out party chat. That'd be cool. Besides, you already think Ari's dad would leave her unattended? She's more precious to him than his entire fortune. Of course there'll be adults around to make sure we ain't doing nothing stupid. Of course that was a lie. Barra-chan knew as well as I that not a single person over the age of 15 was going to be there. Only the 2 of us and our classmates. However, it's better not to give Mr. Akadori even the slightest excuse to stay with us. Not unless we wanted to experience a true cringe mare of a night. Oh my god, it actually says cringe mare. I don't know. Come on, Dad. Yassine, you don't trust me? No. Of course I trust you. It's just... well... When he looked through the rearview mirror into Barra-chan's eyes, the blood instantly drained from Mr. Akadori's face and he broke into a cold sweat. His ardent love for his daughter was also his biggest weakness. There was nothing he feared more than upsetting her, which is why he usually treated her like a goddess, and the moment he noticed she was unhappy, tried to appease her. Okay. Cheer, please. Come on. Cheer. Well, now Rainmaker's ahead of the cheery thing. But thank you, whoever that was, for donating. I hope there's a message with it. Okay, now I'm just waiting for the cheer. Is it not going to cheer? Come on. It'll have to update at some point. Maybe I should switch scenes. I'll just confuse it. There we go. Oh.
Love ya, friend.
Thank you, friend. Thank you very much. That was a majorly delayed cheer. Usually Rainmaker's behind, because I'm like, it cheers, and then I don't know who it is, because the thing is so tiny. But yes, thank you very much. The moment he noticed she was unhappy, he tried to appease her. In situations like this, he was willing to do anything at her command, and Barra-chan was fully aware of that. Others would have probably taken advantage of it, but she wasn't that kind of person. Still, every now and then it proved quite useful to hold such power over one's father. I see how it is. Well, in that case, I just won't talk to you ever again. But Mousy, you can't do that to me. I'm just worried about you. I don't want anything to happen to you, my little cream puff. Oh god, this dad is such a doormat. Hey, you weren't serious about that, were you? But please don't do this to me. Barra-chan. Alright. Powerless, all he could do was let out a deep sigh as he realised he had no choice but to resign. I promise I'll drive right back home after I've dropped you off, alright? Right. And with Barra-chan smiling again, a big wave of relief seemed to wash over her father's face. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh god, that now I literally sound like a TikTok. I'm gonna clip that. Oh no, oh no, oh no, 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 or whatever. I can hear it in my head, but I can't say it. Only $316 until the thing, which is we hit our target. I mean, only 16 until we match last year's donations, and then an extra 300 after that will mean that I have to consume an entire bounty bar on stream. If it happens before Dan comes back, I will wait, because literally the only reason I'm doing it is because Dan suggested it. I went, no, and then realized that it would probably be quite a fun thing to do. And I wanted to see my reaction. I want to see my reaction, but, you know. But yes, thank you so much, everyone. We're doing really well, raising money for their kids. And, you know, I've had fun so far. I feel like, what are we? 5 hours, 40 minutes in? I don't know. I'm hoping I get my second wind at some point. I feel like I've done a lot of staying up. I'm assuming I will at some point. I will also keep on having caffeine and carbs. But I'm not allergic to coconuts. I just don't like them. Sorry, I'll just pull my green screen all the way across, because I've been leaning on it. Which means at some point things start encroaching. Like, you know, my room. The whole point is that I like having the green screen. I really like having the green screen. I'm so glad I did it. But yes, no, it's hot sauce challenge or sour something challenge or disgusting thing challenge, but with something I just don't like rather than I'm allergic to it. That's okay. I wouldn't do something I was allergic to because I don't really want to actually throw up on stream. And I don't think I'm allergic to coconut. I've only said I've had it before. I just don't like it. Well, we'll see. We will see. We will learn. And yeah, we will see and we will learn. But yes, if we do hit $2,000 donation target, then that would be really cool. And we will do the challenge. But yes, with Baron-chan smiling again, a big wave of relief seemed to wash over her father's face. I honestly felt sorry for him, but having Mr. Akadori around would have been far too awkward and embarrassing for obvious reasons, so... Anywho, I just remembered. I know, it's so cute, isn't it? It's like, hello. Hello. I can't tell, it's not quite straight on my head, but it's kind of cute and adorable. Anyway, it's keeping my head warm. I'll probably take it off in a bit because it's getting hot, but while it's cold, because it's like 9 degrees outside, I figured it'd be important to keep warm, and also I've got something to fiddle with that's not my controller, because the amount of times I pull the thingies off my controller, I'm going to break them at some point. Anywho, I just remembered, weren't you supposed to wear costumes? That's what Ree wanted us to do, but I'm too old for that childish nonsense. Oh, so like you to say such a thing, Raiko-chan. You sure enjoy acting all grown up, don't you? Rather than acting, I personally wanted to believe myself to be rather mature for my age. However, I had long come to terms with the fact that he simply didn't take me seriously, which sadly didn't really lessen the blow of such remarks. That's fine, Jesse. Yeah, exactly. I'm mature for my age. Besides, I'm not going to check Twitter. All I'm doing at the moment is posting to Twitter at various intervals to remind people I'm still streaming. And thankfully, I don't have to remember to check my emails and stuff because all the donations come in on various things. But yeah. Thank you. For the thing that I'm not supposed to know about. I had to have a thing, have a like I did a double take. It's like, what are we anonymously doing? Oh, and then I realized. But yes, it's fine. But yeah, so yeah, just ping me when you're up in the morning, ready for your thingamajiggy, because I not necessarily will not necessarily connect the dots on times and time zones. But I know approximately what time. But if you're up early or whatever, then just let me know. And sleep well. Hopefully, you will not be woken up by fireworks. Yes. But anyway. However, I'd long come to the terms with the fact that he simply didn't take me seriously. Which, sadly, didn't really lessen the blow of such remarks. What about you, my heart-aching juicing sweetie pie? You sure you don't want to wear that pink unicorn costume I picked for you? Oh. Dear Lord, Dad. No. Pink unicorn costume? Suddenly that hideous cat costume Mum had tried to impose on me didn't seem so bad. I told you I ain't gonna wear some kiddie cos like that. Besides, this is a horror theme party and unicorns ain't scary. Oh, that's what you say now, my kissy poo, but wait until you've read my new book. Oh, scary unicorns. He probably inspected us to inquire about the horror novel he was currently writing, but Barachan and I knew better than to open Pandora's box, and so we remained silent. Which turned out to be not the wisest idea either, as it resulted in the assumption that we were too scared to hear about his killer unicorn, thus unleashing another volley of devastating remarks about how adobes we were. We're so adobes. Fortunately, though, before my pride could receive another critical hit. Oh, look, we're already here. Thank God. Amen to that. There were no words to describe how glad I was that, after this somewhat humiliating journey, we had finally reached our destination. It's quite chilly out here, isn't it? When I hopped outside the car, the cold air struck me like a bolt of lightning, causing my body to vibrate violently. I can just feel that. Quite chilly was quite an understatement. The inside of a freezer was a summer paradise compared to this. As my head sunk between my shoulders, my arms automatically slung themselves tightly around my thin body, trying to keep it warm. A well-meant yet utterly futile gesture. If only I could have brought my jacket with me. But thanks to a certain someone who had thrown us out before I had been able to grab it, I was now experiencing what it felt like when the blood in your veins slowly begins to freeze. Mr. Akidori was shivering as well and puffed out tiny steam-like clouds, fogging up his glasses. Other than that, however, he didn't seem too affected by the low temperature. Barachan, on the other hand, I could literally see the warmth getting sucked out of her cheeks. The cold's icy touch seemed to have slapped her even harder than me. She looked wide awake now. I can just sort of remember that feeling, like when you're tired and it's dark and you get out from a warm inside of a car into the cold and you get that sudden, like, it is like someone slapped you in the face. Or, like, if you're tired and it's like, you're going on holiday, but it's like, it's not sunny because it's nighttime. And you're already tired and it's cold, and that's a horrible feeling. It sets the scene. All right, my little snuggle muffins. Here you go. Mr. Akadora heaved our bags out the car trunk and handed them over to us. While doing so, he took the chance to recite the usual thing parents like to preach to their children in a moment like this. Don't do anything stupid, don't forget to call, don't drink any alcohol, and so on and so forth. So much for his "I know I can trust you" just a few moments ago. Anyway, he proposed to me once again. He proposed once again to stay and assured us we wouldn't even notice his presence. But Barajan only had to give him an annoyed glance, and he quickly dropped the idea. A little disappointed, but still smiling, he winked at us one final time, before jumping back into his car and leaving the parking area just a moment later. We waited until the red backlights were swallowed by the darkness just to make sure he was actually driving home and not secretly trying to stay. Once we had confirmed he was gone, Barachan and I nodded at each other, turned around and made haste for the resort. Neither of us wanted to spend a second longer than needed out in this cruel cold. We headed towards the dim lights of a pair of old stone lanterns which guided our way. There are a bunch more of them guarding a long staircase that climbed up a rather steep hill. Located at its top was the resort, an old-fashioned Japanese-style 3-story building, surrounded by a dense black forest. Seeing this, I couldn't help but think it would have been the ideal backdrop for a horror movie, or an Agatha Christie novel. No wonder Rhea had chosen this of all places as a setting for her little party. Following the lantern lights, we rushed past countless eerily shaped trees until we eventually reached the huge wooden front doors of the resort. There was a big sign hanging above them. The fading letters on it read, Miyamoto Mountain Resort. After just a quick glance at it, I slammed my thumb on the small metal button to ring the bell. It didn't take long for the bulky doors to open with a deep wooden groan. Nothing. A little bewildered, Barachan and I stared at the black pitch entrance before us. There was not the faintest source of light visible inside, nor any sign of anyone to greet us. Slowly we turned our heads and looked at each other dumbfounded. What was going on? I would have expected Ree to jump right at us, or even at least Runa to show up and welcome us, but wait. Before I was able to wonder about this oddity anymore, I suddenly heard something. Footsteps? Yes. I could hear slow, heavy footsteps echoing from inside. Barachan seemed a little nervous and moved closer to me, almost hiding behind my back. We continued gazing into the thick mist of blackness ahead of us, listening closely to the sound of those footsteps. I know, it's like completely defeats the point of Anonymous, doesn't it, Jess? As they drew nearer, I could eventually make out a shadowy silhouette moving towards us. Did I read the line before? We continued gazing into the thick mist of blackness ahead of us, listening closely to the sound of those footsteps. As they drew nearer, I could eventually make out a shadowy silhouette moving towards us. And just a couple of moments later, oh my god. Ree? That you? What the hell? Ree? Yes, that was undoubtedly Ree. Her blood-covered arms raised high, she continued to stumble towards us, moaning in a deep, rough voice. Barachan tried calling out to her a few more times, but it didn't seem like she was listening. When she finally moved her blood-smeared lips to speak... Brains! Brains! Raiko-chan! No, Barachan! I'm going to eat your brains. Before I even got a chance to react to this weird statement, Rhea had already thrown herself at me, pressing me so hard against her soft, well-endowed chest that my ability to breathe was temporarily disabled. The moment she finally stopped squeezing my abdominal organs up into my chest, I gasped out for air and watched Barachan suffer the same fate as me. Happy Halloween! What you doing, Ree? You're trying to kill us? Oops! Realising she might have gone a little overboard with her passionate greeting, we began scratching the back of her head in embarrassment as Barachan and I slowly recovered from our near-death experience. Sorry. Guess I overdid it a little there. But I'm just so glad you two have actually came. To be honest, I was a little worried you wouldn't show up. I mean, when I first asked... Darragon! You didn't seem too eager to come, and you never came to any of my other parties, so... Well, there's a first time for everything. And we promised you we'd come, so... I sure would have been disappointed if you hadn't shown up, but I hope you didn't have to force yourselves. I want everyone to have fun, after all. Well, I still wasn't too thrilled to actually be here and would have rather returned home, but of course there was no way I could tell her that. Felt a little bad for even thinking that way, but in the end I just preferred being by myself, enjoying my peace and quiet. Big parties with lots of people simply weren't my thing. Nevertheless, I had to admit, seeing Ree so incredibly happy right now did make me feel at least a little glad I had come. Anyways, what do you guys think about my costume, huh? Her blood-stained hands resting on her hips, she spun around, proudly presenting herself to us from every angle. The makeup was pretty well done, maybe a little too well. Do I look horrifying or do I look horrifying? Well, all I can see is that you scared the hell out of me. That's good enough then. Anyway, speaking of costumes. Ko-chan, those ears, they're super cute. That was right. The cursed cat ears. They're still stuck on top of my head. They are cute though. I've totally forgotten about them until now. I didn't think you were a type to wear something like that. I know, right? But I do, sir. Indeed. You look so cute that I could literally hug you to death. Oops, I'm going to move my cursor out of the way because I have the words. Slowly Ree came closer. Like a lecherous old man, she raised both her hands, her fingers eerily moving like spider legs. I suddenly felt threatened. The moment I tried turning around and running for my life, she slammed me against her chest, cutting off my air supply once more. Gotcha! No getting away from me! I tried wiggling myself free, but to no avail. My frail body was no match for Ree's strong arms. Only when Barachan mentioned my face turning the same lifeless colour as her makeup, Ree finally let go, sparing me a catastrophic fate. Oops, sorry! You alright, Rakuchan? Yes. Apart from feeling like all my bones had been crushed, I was. Black cat ears, huh? Well, that's not really what I meant when I told you guys to dress up Halloweenishly, but I doubt you're carrying your actual costumes inside your bags and plan to get changed once you're inside, do you? Sorry. I didn't bring any costumes. Well, I expected as much, but I guess I'll let it slide just this once. Because those ears are so incredibly cute, I'm super happy you came in the first place. Especially you, Raiko Nyan. Yeah, I'm totally going to call you that from now on. Nyan? Oh god, the cuteness! Come here, Raiko Nyan. Give Mummy Ree a hug! Oh my gosh, I had no clue what this Nyanical nonsense was all about, but I didn't get the chance to ponder it. The third time within a mere 2 minutes, Ree seized me within her arms. And this time, she was using such brute strength that it literally felt that she was going to hug me to death. I started to feel a little lightheaded and my vision began to fade, but fortunately... Ha! Don't you kill her now? Ha! Don't worry. I'll be careful not to break her. I want to hug her a million more times tonight, so I can't afford to destroy her yet. As I tried to fill up my flattened lungs with air again, I couldn't help but think it might have been better if she'd just destroyed me now. I was already feeling like an abused plush toy, and the prospect of this torture continuing for the rest of the night was, well, not very nice. Miyamoto-san, isn't about time we let our guests inside? I don't know who's talking, so I will change the voice when I know who. Or are you planning to let them freeze in the caress of the cold night? Oh crap, you're right. Sorry guys. Raiko and Nyan's ears were so distracting, I kind of forgot about that. Honestly, Miyamoto-san, as the host you should be more considerate of your guests. Well, that's what you're here for, right? To compensate for your lack of manners? Hey! Speaking of which, I am ashamed to have forgotten my own. Shinbuku-san, Nakudora-san, it's good to see you. With a gentle smile, the girl in the bloodstained kimono bowed elegantly to greet us. Her movements were very precise and refined, just like I had come to expect from her. She was the exact opposite of Ree. Yo, Runa, sup? Hello. Righty, we should really head inside now. Don't want you guys to catch a cold. So come on, you can leave your bags over there by the counter. Of course, she didn't need to tell us twice. I'd honestly kind of forgotten about the freezing temperature, what with all that hugging causing my body to go almost numb. Nevertheless, I was still happy to escape the embrace of the cold nights. So without wasting a second longer than needed, Arachan and I hopped past our classmates and finally took shelter inside of the well-heated mountain resort. After putting my bag down near the counter and exchanging my shoes with a pair of indoor ones provided by the resort, I glanced around the room as the blood in my veins gradually regained an appropriate temperature. Danke, Thomas! Thank you much for the bitties. I lit the little wavy flag. It's kind of hypnotic. Am I still having a good time? Yeah? Of course. It's story time with Jar! And we have inflatable ears! We're having the bestest time. Is everyone else still having a good time, I guess? Just for 6 hours in. 18 to go, so we're... Hang on, is that right? Is that maths right? Yes. When it's 8 hours in, we're not a third of the way yet. But yes, no, it's all good. I'm gonna have some tea. I'm taking a slow time getting through this story, but I like the story. The story is getting good, so we may do this for a little longer. Well, we're still gonna do it for another hour, but we may do it for slightly longer than that. We'll just see. Do need a quick bathroom break. So if everyone will bear with me, I'll be back in about a minute. Look! Right, sorry, just got a message that I'm going to look at, not on my console, but I saw that as I was going out. And then we will get back with the story. We can look at the next one. The reception was rather small and sparsely decorated. Here's my messages. Purple's like, why are you up? And I'm like, extra long. Because yeah, it's 4 in the morning for me. Oh yeah, 6 hours is 25%. I can do maths. I was going in 8-hour blocks, you see. But yeah, 6 makes more sense. In about 2 hours, I might make some soup or a sandwich or something as a food thingy. Have a small meal, and then at like 12, maybe have the risotto, and then I can have soup or a sandwich. Maybe have a sandwich in a couple of hours, and then soup mid-Jessie stream, because that's probably when it's going to happen. The soup is easier to manage when you're not trying to impact the other person. I don't know what Jessie's doing for food. Ah, no worries. Have a good sleep, Leaky. And I'll see you when you wake up. But yes, 4 in the morning, definitely you need to sleep. Hopefully I helped a little with insomnia, if you were having insomnia. But yeah, I'm streaming for another 18 hours. Various other games. We're not just doing all of this visual novel. because I imagine it would actually take the entire time to finish. But if the story is intriguing, which I imagine it might be, we will do some more streams of this one also later. The problem is that all the games that I play are so good that I'm like, oh, well, I need to do another stream of this. And then it's like, and now I have so many games in my, I have like moved my buttons. So I'm like, right, these promo ones I've done, but I want to do more of, or these ones I've done, but I want to do more of. And I have so many buttons in all my screens that I'm almost running out of space. Ooh, you made a thing. What did you make, Lady Marguerite? Is it cute? Is it scary? Is it teak? Is it a new teak? There's teak! There's a new teak! That's amazing! And also Leaky's making teak puns. Teaksus. Yeah, I'd have to refresh my chat to get the new teak, but that is adorables. Adorables! Ah, teak does not judge. I'm sure teak does not judge. Teak is just superior to all of us. And knows it. Okay. Sleep well, Leaky. Sleep well. See you in the morning. Right. I kind of like that I can fiddle with this rather than fiddle with my controller. And it's really soft. Really soft. So yeah, you have to put up with me doing the silly ear things because it's a nice fiddle. If it gets a bit distracting, do let me know, but I figure it's just cute. I like having something to fiddle with. I should get a fidget toy. I should get a furry fidget toy. That might be a good idea. You got furry fidget toys? I feel like I like the tactile thingy of this. I could do without it makes a funny little... You can't hear it because my mic filters it out, but it makes a slightly weird little clicky noise. But I like it. It's cute. And it will amuse my niece. I might wear it for Christmas. I may suggest to Kara that we require a... I'm going to put a clip in. We require a cute hat emote. But yes. Right. We are going strong. We are going strong. I can get through this. At the moment, I sort of feel tired-ish, but I've only been awake. Okay, no, I've actually been awake slightly longer now. 10 hours. It's effectively 4 p.m. for my body clock, but a 4 p.m. where I woke up at 6. So... And I didn't want to wake up at 6. I wanted to wake up at 7 or 8. So... Yeah, I guess I'd normally maybe be thinking about having a nap around about now. But I'm not going to have a nap. We're all good. We're 6 hours in. We're going strong. I just keep on getting distracted. I'm going to carry on with the book. I'm debating another sausage roll. Do need to get another... Let me just get another box of sausage rolls out to warm up because they're in the fridge, which is cold. And... Do I need to make some more tea? No, I'm good at the moment. Be 30 seconds. I basically pre-prepared a bunch of snack food, which includes sausage rolls. I love sausage rolls. But I put them in batches because if I have them all out, then I feel like it's, you know, I don't want them to go like stale or stuff. But then I have to remember to get them out so they're not freezing cold. Because I don't know about you, but freezing cold sausage rolls are terrible. These are nice warm and they're nice cold, but not cold cold. It's good to have a snack. I have other snacks as well. But sausage roll is my extra life stream snack. Because it's carbs, a little bit of meat, and no sugar. Right. I think we're good now. Okay. The reception was rather small and sparsely decorated with a couple of decorative plants and old-fashioned paintings of rivers and mountains mindlessly slapped on its walls. What actually grabbed my attention the most was the number of available lockers. Apparently this place was made to hold a maximum of 50 guests at a time. And for an isolated mountain resort, that was much more than what I had anticipated. Once again, we are happy to see you. Welcome to the Miyamoto Mountain Resort. This time both of them bowed formally to us to welcome us, even though Runa had to give Ri a little reminder via an elbow poke. Those two really were like day and night. Guess they're sisters. Ri Miyamoto. October 2nd, 95. Age 15, club soccer. Likes girl talk, horror, party, surprises, and taiko. Dislikes harem, anime, and studying. Ah, no, they're not. Runa Hikari. 29th of July, 95, age 15, club calligraphy, likes cooking, formalities and kimonos, dislikes bad manners and gossip. Interesting. Ri Miyamoto and Runa Hikari. The two of them were polar opposites. Whereas the tomboyish Ri was the loud and chaotic type, Runa was very reserved and refined young lady, giving off the impression that she was the offspring of a noble family. Ironically, however, it was the exact other way around. Runa was the daughter of a fishmonger, and Ri the one whose father was rather wealthy. The Miyamoto family didn't just own this mountain resort, but several across all the country, as well as a few first-class hotels. One couldn't help but wonder if the two of them had accidentally been switched at birth. Either way, they were some of the few people I exchanged words with on a regular basis at school, which was mostly because they liked to spend lunch breaks with us for some reason. Something that had always perplexed me, given how unsociable I tended to be. So everyone else already here? Yes. Adding the two of you, we are finally complete. Nice. So how many are we then? All in all, 10 people. What? Only 10? Didn't you invite more? I did, but everyone who wasn't here yet called earlier saying they wouldn't make it. Oh, that sucks. I know, right? It's Kenji and his gang. Every single one of them had some other lame excuse. Food poisoning my undead ass. I know they went to Mizaki's party instead. Traitorous dogs. Well, at least the most important person is here, so everything is fine. Isn't that right, Miyamoto-san? Let me guess. Taiko-kan? Huh, maybe. That girl. Oh well, I'd already figured as much. Of course she hadn't organised this whole thing just to have some fun with her classmates. Ri wouldn't be Ri if she didn't have some ulterior motive. Are you gonna try after him again? Of course, and this time I'll succeed. Although, it probably won't be as easy as I hoped. And while she said this, her eyes suddenly narrowed with suspicion as they shifted to me. Huh? I underestimated you, Raikkonen. I didn't think you'd pull some dirty trick like that. Come again? Thanks to those kitty ears, your cuteness levels have shot through the roof. I have to agree. They make you look extraordinarily adorable, Shinpuku-san. Curses, not again. This was so embarrassing. Oh, I should have taken off these stupid ears during the car ride. But don't think that'll be enough to snatch him away from me. I won't lose to you, Raikkonen. Taiko's gonna be mine. Don't even try getting too close to him. Otherwise, I'll have to numb your brains for real. Going after him wasn't my intention anyway. You should know by now that I don't really care about that kind of stuff. Jeez, why are you so serious? I just wanted to tease you. Try and lighten up a little. If there's anything you should get serious about, it's getting a boyfriend. You know, you're a real cute girl. If you'd be less serious and smile more often, you could have any guy you want. Not this again. Seriously, it was always the same with Ri. Boys seemed to be the only topic on her mind. It was never talked about anything else. I was completely unable to comprehend this. According to her, it was every girl's duty to catch herself a cute boyfriend, but I honestly didn't really care much about romance and all that jazz. A protagonist. Besides, even if I did, all the guys in our class were idiots anyway. Well, except Taiko. He was actually kind of cute. Even I had to admit that. Still, that didn't mean I was after him or anything. Miyamoto-san, stop harassing poor Shinpuku-san. Just because you are constantly thinking about boys does not mean all of us have to. So you don't care about boys either? That's not what I said. In any case, shouldn't you be worrying more about catching yourself a boyfriend before you start lecturing us? This is not the first time you're trying to conquer Kikai-san's heart, after all. Ha! There's nothing to worry about. And this time my plan is 100% foolproof. Taiko is so going to be mine. As confident as ever, I see. Or maybe delusional would be a more fitting word. Go ahead and make fun of me, but once I've seduced and spent the night with him, you won't be laughing no more. I'll spend the night with him? You already plan on going that far? Of course. Why do you think I'm dressed like this? Now that she mentioned it, her outfit was sure kind of, revealing. That skirt was a little too short and therefore ideal for panty flashing. One wrong move and everything was exposed. And if it hadn't been for that loose hanging necktie, I could have seen her entire cleavage. Her bra was already peeking at me through one of the holes over her shirt, one of the many holes over her shirt. It seemed as though Zombie Ri was dead serious about devouring Taiko's heart. Unfortunately, her getup had one fatal flaw. If that's your intention, don't you think you went a little overkill on the makeup part? What? You really think so? Well, those wounds look mighty disgusting. Isn't that a major turn-off? See, Miyamoto-san? I told you a zombie wasn't the best costume choice. But... Her mouth distorted by skepticism, Ri began examining herself. She was obviously getting doubts about her outfit choice. For a zombie with such unusual aspirations, this must have been a rather grave concern. What'd you say, Raikenya? Do you think I overdid it? Can we save? No, we can't save! Oh, crap. What? Oh, okay. I can hide the thing. But I wanted to save. I'm just going to go with you worry too much, you look perfect. And hit a save. Here, I should have saved before. I didn't think it was going to give me a choice, because I can always just skip all the dialogue to get to that. But that will remind me that there's a save somewhere. You really think so? Yes. I told her she looked perfect. Just go for it and Taiko will surely be yours. Why do I get the feeling you're just saying that to get revenge on me for teasing you earlier? Wait, or are you even purposely trying to set me up for a failure? Or I was just being nice? I knew it! You want me to make a fool of myself in front of Taiko because you want him for yourself. But I won't be falling for that. And here I put so much effort into this makeup. But to be honest, the face paint's itchy as hell anyway. It makes me want to tear off my skin for real. So in other words, the face paint was killing her. Well, I guess I'll take a quick shower then. Just wipe off some of the face stuff. It'll be fine. I need to carry your bags to your room anyway. You two want to share one, right? Sure. Alrighty. And hopefully I'll share my room with Taiko-kun. Okay, I know San and Chan, but I don't know how you say K-U-N. I've not heard it before. Because I know there's all the honorifics you add to the ends of the names, depending on who's older than whom, and male or female, and like levels of respect. So like surname San is a level of respect. That's what Kuno's doing. Whereas Chan is more of a adornment thing. Like friend thing. I'm assuming kind of something similar, but Kun just sounds slightly wrong from a Western perspective. Anyway, I'm just gonna go with Taiko-kun for now, and yeah, She really was dead set on seducing Taiko, wasn't she? Where's the room anyway? On the 3rd floor. Since we're the only people around here tonight, I thought I'd give you guys the special treatment and let you sleep in the more luxurious guest rooms. What? You serious? Yeah. Unlike the regular guest rooms, they even have a shower, a bathtub, and a really big fluffy beds. Okay, can we just go to bed? Like, skip the whole party and just go to bed, because this sounds amazing. Nice. Can't wait to see it. Well, you'll get to see it soon enough. Ah! Kun. Okay. Sorry, I had to add that because Autumn1 is being weird. Okay. Kun. Yeah. Kun. That sounds better. Thank you. Sorry, I'm just, yeah, not used to saying these names and honorifics because we don't have them so much over here, and I don't read a lot of like Japanese stuff. I can't read Japanese, so there we go. I like learning, so okay. Kun. So Taiko Kun. That sounds better. Cool. Well, you get to see it soon enough, but for now, you should probably go greet the others while I'll try to join the living again. Marina will show you the way. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Ree turned around to the reception counter and reached for a little rectangular paper stand holding a whole bunch of hand-sized booklets. After grabbing one, she faced me again and whipped it against my chest. Ooh. No, that's fine. I appreciate. I love linguistics. I did French as part of my degree, so like the history of the French language is really quite fascinating. But that was many years ago. And as much as I would love to learn some other languages, I don't have the time. What I really want to learn is British Sign Language, because I think that would be incredibly useful. But again, it's just time and, physically making the time for it and then having something regularly scheduled and then using it. So it's one of those things where it's like, well, I would learn sign language, but I don't have a use for it, so therefore I wouldn't use it. It's like my French has gone rusty. But then by the time I need it, it would be like, well, now I've got to learn it. And then it's sort of a little bit pointless. So I don't know. It's one of those things where I should just make time. I mean, I can spell stuff in sign language, which is not terribly useful. I'm hoping at some point I'll just sort of pick it up from watching sign language TikToks. But that's probably more ASL than BSL, and BSL would be more useful to me. So anyway, but yeah, it's like learning another language would be really cool, but it's like one of those things, like if you don't use a skill, then it goes rusty, and then you lose it. So, yeah, I'm just babbling. But yeah, I mean, like reading Japanese or Chinese would be incredibly useful because, a large especially Chinese, large population, a large proportion of people speak it, but it's such a completely different script than English that wouldn't even know where to start. But yes, after grabbing one, she faced me again and whipped it against my chest. Yeah? You should take one of these. It has a little bit of information about the resort in it, as well as a map. Not like this place is so big and complicated you could easily get lost, but you never know. Maybe it might come handy tonight. Who knows? That was supposed to sound ominous, by the way. Okay. Thanks. Anyways, I'm off. See you in a bit. Okay, so I guess now we have a map. And just like that, we scooted off in a hurry, our bags under her arms. Do we have a map now? No, it hasn't given us a map. And we also don't have the new character profiles unlocked yet. I'm just gonna hit save because I don't know how to get back to the story. There we go. Because I didn't want to return to main menu or title screen. I just wanted to return back to the game. And I can... Hey, yeah, 4:20 a.m. It is going okay, Phantom Rock. Thank you so much and welcome back. Or if you've been lurking, hello. Thank you for unlurking to say hi. Yeah, it's going well. We did Sayonara Wild Hearts. We had marbles while I had lunch. I suppose it was lunch. And now we're doing a nice novel story thing. So yes, hi. And after this, in an hour or so, we'll do something else. And then we'll do something else. And then we'll do something else. And then you know, mix it up. Mix it up. For now, I want to at least find out who dies in this. And maybe do a little bit of investigating. Which means I need to stop getting distracted. But that's okay, because the whole point is that I want to interact with chat. And it's lovely that so many of you are here. But yes. Oh god, 4:20 for you is morning? As in you're okay with it being 4:20? All these morning people. I am not a morning person. So, yeah. But anyway. And just like that, Ree scooted off in a hurry, our bags under her arms. Apparently she was really dying to take that shower. Good thing I kept those stupid puns to myself. Well then, Shinfuku-san, Akadori-san, shall we be on our way? Okay. Taking the lead, Runa left the reception room via the same door Ree had disappeared through. I didn't waste any time, stuffed the pamphlet in my pocket, and together with Barra-chan followed our guide. Ah, now we get the new notebook stuff. New notebook, new diary, new character profiles, and I can now take a look at the resort map from the notebook menu. Right, which is what I have to. Okay. Character profiles. We've got Ree and Runa now. Let's have a look at the notebook. Now we have the Miyamoto Mountain Resort. Located in the mountain area near Tsukihami Metropolis, about half an hour away by car, this old-fashioned resort serves as the stage for Ree's Halloween party. It's owned by her dad, who made sure that no one but us would be staying here tonight. Mostly built in a more traditional Japanese style, it also features some Western elements and consists of 3 floors plus a basement. Oh no, there's a basement. It seems to have room for about 50 guests. Ree gave me a pamphlet which contains some more information. The Miyamoto Mountain Resort is the place to relax, become one with nature, and enjoy the beautiful historical sights of the area. There is nothing more satisfying than taking a bath in a hot springs after a memorable trip up the well-maintained Fox Shrine. Oh, to the well-maintained Fox Shrine atop the mountain. Legend says that if you make an offering at the shrine and leave an ima plaque with your wish written on it, a fox wearing a red scarf might appear and grant it. Near the shrine you will find the remnants of the nearly 100-year-old Amakura village. You can learn more about the village and its rich history by taking part in one of our free tours. If you feel brave enough, you can also visit the graveyard, but don't forget to take our special talismans with you. According to local folklore, the people of Amakura lured wanderers into their village and murdered them in gruesome ways, offering them up as sacrifices to their god. Even to this day, the tortured souls of their poor victims still haunt these grounds. Once you return from your adventurous trip, a delicious dinner awaits, prepared by some of the finest cooks in the region. To further replenish your energy and relax, our hot springs will be open to you from 6 p.m. You can reach them, as well as the outdoor showers, by following the path behind the dining hall. We also offer a variety of recreational activities like table tennis and karaoke, or maybe you'd enjoy a round of billiards or darts at our bar, Yama Inu. It opens every night at 8 p.m. and provides only the best selection of drinks from all over the country. Lastly, there's also a small warning. The resort is surrounded by a dense forest. Since it is easy to get lost, we advise you not to stray from the designated paths. Furthermore, please be aware that there is no cell phone reception out here. Ooh. Okay, map. Right, resort basement. Note, entrance beyond karaoke rooms A and B is permitted to employees only. Note, the bar opens from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. Okay. So downstairs, storage, restrooms, table tennis, karaoke. There's the bar, more restrooms, lots of restrooms, good. Manager's office, storeroom, laundry room, food storage with stairs, freezer room, electrical boiler room, employee sleeping quarters. I'm wondering if that's below the restaurant. So yeah, kitchen. That's what I meant. Yes, the kitchen has the food thing. Employee dining room, dining hall, a whole bunch of things, and more restrooms. Nice. More cleaning storage and the stairs, cloakroom, reception. Note: the back exit on the dining hall leads to the hot springs and hiking trails. Second floor, more cleaning storage, more restrooms, and a bunch of guest rooms. On the third floor, which is where we're on, has the fancy rooms. There's room service and a roof terrace. Nice. And the new diary entry. Arrival at the resort. As promised, Barachan and her dad came to pick me up, and we set out on our journey to the party. The resort where it's taking place lies isolated in the mountains about half an hour away. During the car ride, we talked about the party, and Mr. Hakidori wanted to know if there were any adults who would be around to keep an eye on us. He even proposed staying at the resort himself, but Barachan quickly forced him to drop the idea. And thankfully so. Having Mr. Akidori around would have turned this into a true night of horrors. We told him that Mr. Miyamoto wouldn't leave us unattended, but of course that was a lie. Truth is, not a single person over the age of 15 will be there. As far as I know, not even Mr. Miyamoto is aware of this. Otherwise, I don't think he would have allowed his daughter to have this party. Speaking of which, Ri welcomed us at the main entrance, shortly followed by Runa. Apparently Barachan and I were the last ones to arrive. While Ri's taking a shower now, Runa's guiding us through the resort to meet the other attendees. It's really weird that we're writing this diary, like, as we are. So yeah, we have exit main menu and return to title screen. It's like I want to do neither of these. Oh, unless that's just exit. But anyway, we're going to hit save over this one. Anyway. After leaving the reception, a rather long corridor was stretching out before us. I'm guessing we're going to the dining hall? That says 404, and that says... I thought that said 102, but that says 402, and I thought the ground floor. Anyway, numerous doors were lining each of its sides, candle stands placed in regular intervals between. Oh yeah, there were rooms, weren't there? And then there was a dining hall at the end. The little flames were bathing the walls in a warm orange glow. It was actually bright enough that Runa didn't bother switching on the ceiling lights, which were partially hidden by the blue curtains above us. Directly to our left were the restrooms, and to our right, 2 staircases, one leading to the upper floors, the other down to the basement. At the far end of the hallway, I also spotted what appeared to be a circular window. Moonlight was falling through its wooden grates, bleaching the carpet's surface below it. Damn, this place is a lot bigger than I thought. It might be rather big, but its layout is actually pretty simple. The dining hall lies at the end of this hallway. That's where the others are waiting. Please follow me. And with this, Runa began to move ahead at a leisurely pace. Barachan and I followed her, letting our eyes slide across all the numbered doors we passed on the way. How big's this place anyway? Like, how many people could stay here at the same time? According to this map, there are exactly 42 guest rooms. Yeah, the ones look like 4s, so we're here. Since I was kind of interested in the resort's layout myself, I had already taken out the pamphlet again to study the included map. I stopped near one of the candle stands for a moment to have a better look at it, and Barachan and Runa gathered around me, peeking over my shoulders. There are 12 guest rooms on the first floor. A total of 20 on the second floor, and 10? Exactly 10 on the third one. So a total of 42 guest rooms. Taking into account the number of lockers in reception, however, this resort should have room for about 50 guests. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, we had fireworks here at 2 AM. An actual 2 AM, like in London 2 AM, and it's like, okay, that is just rude. Anything after 10 is rude because, you know, kids have to sleep. You know, who wants to soothe a cranky kid who got woken up at 2 AM by fireworks? Not me. But also, Starting the fireworks at 1 and knocking on the door when you're asleep? That's just rude. That's just rude. But yes, 50 guests is the answer. Ah, you have a keen eye, Shimpuku-san. Did you actually count the lockers in the reception? Well, you are quite right. This resort has enough room for a total of 50 guests. While most of the guest rooms are made for only one person, the rooms on the 3rd floor are actually for 2 people each. Indeed. And there were definitely a lot less rooms on the 3rd floor, but to compensate for their lack in numbers, they were twice as big. They are also the rooms in where we're staying. Correct? Yes. I think yours should be room 302, but you might want to check with Miyamoto-san. Sorry. Later, just to make sure. Alright. In any case, it's just as you said, the layout of this place is really simple. By the way, do all these rooms have like some super fancy theme to them? You know, like hang on. By the way, do all these rooms have like some super fancy theme to them? You know, like a room that looks like the interior of a submarine, you know, maybe one that sports some wicked space design with stars and shit painting on walls and ceiling? Unfortunately, no. While the rooms on the 3rd floor are designed rather individually, it is not to such a great extent. They merely differ in colour and furniture. As for the guest rooms on the 1st and 2nd floor, they are more or less identical, I'm afraid. Ah, nut bunnies. Nut bunnies! That's an awesome exclamation. Nut bunnies. What about the basement, though? The basement? Yeah, I want to know what this looks like. Yeah, it's kind of boring. Oh, that looks a lot more complicated. Not really. Like, for some reason, the employee sleeping quarters and electrical and boiler room seem to be wider than the rest of the other building. It looks a lot more complicated. I don't see any guest rooms at all. Most of the rooms in the basement are for staff only, except for the rooms on the left half. As you can see, there is a bar as well as a couple of rooms for recreational activities. Dang, they even got karaoke rooms here. We totally got to make use of them. What's that? Is that a staircase in the food storage? Indeed. It connects directly to the kitchen on the 1st floor. No, the dining room pops out as well. Okay. For reals, man? That's nifty. Shortcut for the kitchen staffy. God, I see this place is actually pretty cool. Ah, East London. Oh. I am also in East London. Not wanting to dox myself on stream, but yeah. Yeah, East London. I mean, that's pretty big. But yeah, I mean, fireworks go off around here all the time. It is ridiculous. But yeah, when they start going off at 2 in the morning, it is rather annoying. There are noise laws. I don't think there's supposed to be fireworks after 10. But it's just more, you know, there's a lot of people that live around here that are disturbed, but would be disturbed by it. I mean, you know, okay, yeah, 10, 11, whatever, but 2 in the morning? Yeah. But anyway, hi, near neighbour. I mean, East London is a massive area. But yeah, that was really freaky. So, like, do a lot of peeps usually come here? Apparently a lot of school classes visit here during summer and winter excursions. As far as I know, these are the only times the resort is actually booked out. Nevertheless, it does seem to get a lot of customers throughout the year. Most are drawn here by the famous hot springs and historical sites. It's also an ideal place for hiking. I see. It would be neat if our class would come here soon, coming out too sometime. Cheek setting things on fire. I closed the map and put the pamphlet into my pocket. It's quite soothing music on this game. Nice, now it's not too loud. Trying not to yawn too much. I'm trying to get the right level of comfy warm but not sleepy warm. Because I don't want to freeze. But I also don't want to fall asleep because I get too hot. It's really weird. As we continued down the hallway, Barachan began burying Runa under enormous piles of questions. She wanted to know literally everything about this resort, ranging from what a normal workday for the staff was like, to what kind of foods were usually served for dinner. I honestly felt sorry for Runa, who tried to answer everything to the best of her abilities, but unfortunately couldn't in most cases. She wasn't an employee after all. She'd only been here a couple of times herself, and mainly to help Ree with the preparations for the party. I am truly sorry, Akadora-san, but that's all I can tell you. Ah, Soki. Sorry for machine-gunning you with questions. I was just kind of curious. Well, you might find some additional information in that booklet Miyamoto-san gave you. Wait, what was that? Yes, no doubt about it. 3. You want to know more about the details. 2. You should ask Miyamoto-san. 1. She'll be able to... Startled almost to death by that sudden ear-shattering scream, Barachan stumbled backwards directly into my arms and buried me right under herself on the cold and comfortable floor. Once again suffering under a radical reduction of my air supply, I simply tried pushing her off me. Unfortunately, she was too heavy to move for my frail arms. I guess some higher power really wanted me to die of suffocation tonight. Ah, coo. When I looked up, I could see that little devil standing there, letting her annoying laugh echo through the hallway, and at full blast, she began furiously waving that weird stick in her hands around. A blade made out of poorly cut cardboard pieces slathered in a thick coat of silver paint attached to it. She had a Grim Reaper or something. Was that pitiful result of lacking craftsmanship supposed to be a scythe? Your souls are now makers! While she continued laughing as loud and annoying as humanly possible, Runa, who had been almost scared to death herself, slowly managed to get back to her feet. She wiped the dust off her butt and, after taking a deep breath, faced our reckless attacker with a rather reproachful look. Tamashi-san, don't scare us like that. Seriously? I ain't funny, girl? You almost give me a heart attack? Barachan had also managed to rise back to her feet. Unlike Runa, she was still a little shaken though. After her breathing rhythm had somewhat stabilised, she turned around to check on me, but the second she laid eyes on me, her expression was once again struck with horror as she realised I was still lying flattened on the floor. Panicking, she quickly grabbed my hand to help me get back to my feet as well. Sorry for stamping you. You alright? Yes, just feeling a little squishy. Did Mika give you a good scare? Yeah, sure did. Where the heck did you come from? Mika just came from the toilet when she saw you and thought to herself, they will make for some easy targets. I don't like that laugh. After even more laughter had come gushing forth from her crescent-shaped mouth, she simply stared at me with her emerald green eyes, filled with self-satisfaction and a hint of triumph. This girl. Mika Tamashi. November 9th, 95. Age 14. Club baseball. Likes April 1st, playing pranks and scaring people. Dislikes getting scolded and perverts. Mika Tamashi, another one of my classmates. Silly beyond belief and well known for her continuous shenanigans, she was even worse than my mother. Playing pranks on people and scaring the living daylights out of them was her favourite sport. Sneakily smuggling spiders into your lunchbox or depositing dead cicadas in your shoes were just some of her lesser crimes. Most disturbing of all, however, she even took pride in the fact that she had scared everyone in my class to such an extent. They had literally wet their pants or run off in tears. Well, every single one of them but me. What's the matter? Did Mika scare Raiko so much she lost her voice? Not really. Huh? With her eyes narrowed and a fang-like tooth sticking out between her devilishly contorted lips, Mika suddenly seemed more satisfied than just a second ago. Is that true? Next time you want to sneak up on someone, try matching your footsteps to your victims. Once I noticed a quick pair of extra footsteps behind us, she lost every chance to startle me. Cute. Mika didn't expect anything less from Raiko. However, Yelling as hard as she could, she raised her arm to point her index finger directly at my nose, almost as though she was trying to poke a hole in my face. Mark Mika's words. Tonight will be the night Mika will show Raikou what true terror is. Mika will shock Raikou and make her cry out in torment and despair. I don't like that. I gladly accept your challenge. IQ. The air around us was slowly getting tense as we silently stared at each other for a while. Countless times before she had tried to startle me but had never succeeded. She just kept making the smallest of mistakes which prepared me for her assaults. I didn't know what exactly her deal was, but it apparently bugged her quite a bit that she hadn't been able to scare me yet. And judging from her resolute expression, she definitely wanted to change that tonight. I normally wouldn't have cared for this nonsense, but part of me felt like I didn't want to lose to her, so yes, this wasn't just some childish game anymore. It was a matter of pride for the both of us. Excuse me, but would you mind sorting this out later, Shinpuku-san, Tamashi-san? We really shouldn't keep the others waiting any longer than necessary. Okay. IQ. Good. Then please follow me. After exchanging one last glance of spark-emitting rivalry, Mika and I turned away from each other to follow Runa and Barachan, who had already moved on ahead. Maybe this night was going to become a little interesting after all. A new diary entry has been added. A new character profile has been added. While following Runa down the hallway, I noticed a pair of extra footsteps behind us. They turned out to be Mika's, who tried launching a sneaky scare attack on us. It was actually quite successful on Barachan and Runa, not so much on me though. As a result, Mika proposed a challenge. Seems like she wants to give me the scare of my life tonight. Or she can try, but she won't succeed. Bring it on, Mika. Show me what you've got. Oh dear. Okay, why is Mika writing in her journal? Raika seems rather cocky, doesn't she? Pride precedes peeing your pants. Mika will make sure this will be a Halloween Raiko will never forget. IQ. Decisive battle, go. IQ. I just don't like IQ as a sound. Alright, exit main menu. There we go. Right. It's just return would make more sense to me. Close. Close would make more sense, actually. Because it's like, I just want to close the menu. Why do I have neckache? Okay. Before we go meet the other people, we're just going to take a 3-4 minute break so I can stretch and make some more tea. So I'm going to actually put the break screen up. So feel free to talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to put an ad on as well because then people coming in won't get pre-roll for half an hour. But also I just really need to stretch out my neck. I haven't actually, besides running around like a mad person sorting out food, really sort of taken a break to stretch yet. So I'm just going to take a quick tea break. I'll be back in a few minutes. Right, in back. Sorry, should have opened that before I unmuted my mic. Oh dear. Right, had a good stretch. Yeah, you forget how much it hurts sitting in one position for a long time. And I hadn't really stretched. So, had a good stretch. Everything clicked. now it sort of feels okay. Yeah. But yes, it's important to stretch. Everyone that has been watching that needs to stretch, please hydrate, please get food, please go to sleep if you need to go to sleep. Yeah, we're back. Okay, now consisting of 4 people again, our little group continued down the long candlelit hallway and eventually reached a huge set of sliding doors near its end. Light was shimmering through the translucent paper windows. Ow. And I could hear a jumble of muffled voices coming from the other side. When Runa stepped forward and pressed her hands against the wooden framework, I felt a sudden surge of nervousness rush through my body. I knew that Daigo was here, and that Kenji and his gang weren't, but there were another 4 of my classmates behind these doors, and I had no idea who. You're just listening to fireworks. Well, I can't hear fireworks right now, so therefore we are not officially actually neighbours. That would have been weird. It'd be like, oh, watching a streamer who actually lives near. But God, fireworks at 5 in the morning? I don't know whether that's better or worse than 2 in the morning. Either which way. It's no longer bonfire night, therefore the fireworks should be stopped. I just, I feel like respecting people's sleep. I mean, fair enough, 6 p.m. People are not normally asleep then. I was only asleep because I was trying to get ready for my stream. But like 2 in the morning, 5 in the morning, 1 in the morning, that's nighttime. That's when you don't do fireworks. I mean, they show up really pretty, but you don't. That's why I don't look forward to like New Year's Eve either. Particularly when people do fireworks at weird times. Though, to be fair, if I'm asleep and like actually solidly asleep, I wouldn't hear. It was really weird. So I usually put my audiobook on when I go to bed, and then I usually put it on a timer. Now you're setting off fireworks, Alkash. Is that because it's 6 in the morning for you? Yeah, so I usually put my audiobook on a timer, but one night I forgot to. And there was this weird transition where I went from being asleep and not hearing it to suddenly being aware that my book was still on. So when I'm in a certain cycle of sleep, my ears turn off. I don't know if this is normal, but I thought it was really interesting. So, yeah. I mean, it was fine. It's just then I had to sort of rouse myself to turn off my book. Because then once I could hear it, I was like, well, now there's no way I'm getting back to sleep because, yeah. In fact, I think I ended up then putting the book on the timer because I was like, well, now I need to get back to sleep. The problem is that usually my brain is quite busy, so that's why I put a book on, because then I've only got one thing to listen to. It makes sense. I have a busy brain. I love that you can't hear the weird little clicky noise that goes with me doing that. So you just get the effect without the weird noise. This is a long game for Atalaika. Well, because you can just skip through all the text, technically these visual novels are like usually 0 to 1 hours. I, however, like reading out all the text, therefore I get a lot more enjoyment out of these games. A lot of people just get the Ratalaika visual novels to skip through them and get quick achievements. I mean, I haven't even unlocked an achievement yet. Hello menu. Right, okay. So there are 15 achievements, of which I've not unlocked anything yet. Finish chapter 1. Okay, that'll be our first achievement. So there are 5 chapters and an epilogue. And various other things that go with this. But yeah, normally, you could, normally, some people do the whole, I'm just going to fast forward through everything, and then it just pauses at the decisions, and you make the decisions, and then you get through the game really quickly. But honestly, people put a lot of work into writing the stories for these, and I do really like the stories for these. So when I stream a lot of visual novels. I think I've done like 40, 50 streams with Ratalaika games, and most of them have been visual novels. I like reading them. I like appreciating the story. And if I like the story, I will do many, many streams with them. But yeah. So yeah, technically, it's not a long Ratalaika game. For me, they're all long Ratalaika games when they're visual novels. So yeah. I guess it shouldn't have mattered, since I didn't have to do much to do with anyone anyway. Nevertheless, I could think of a few faces I didn't necessarily want to see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I will do one playthrough to get the story. If I don't get a good ending, then yeah, I will probably do a speed to get the other endings. But yeah, I like to do a decent run. Sometimes, if the story doesn't grab me, I'll only do like 2 or 3 hours of it. And then I'll just rush through to get the rest of the achievements just to finish off the promo game. But, each game that I get a code for will get at least, 2, 3 plus hours of me reading. Yeah, try and give it a fair shake. Yeah, I mean, exactly the same, basically. If I like it, I'll do one full playthrough, reading everything out. And then if it doesn't grab me as much, I'll do one stream and then, do out the rest. It's the same with other games. If I enjoy it and if everyone else is enjoying it, I'll do multiple streams. Sometimes they can finish a game. I think there's only once I've managed 100% with all endings. And that was the Takey Tea and Fries one. I basically did the whole game, read the whole game in one stream. That was weird. It was good, but it was weird because usually, as you say, visual novels, they're long because there's a lot of reading. I mean, I also do a lot of babbling in between, but I like a story. I like reading a story. I like doing the silly voices. And okay, maybe my visual novel streams don't necessarily get anyone to buy them, especially when it's a slightly more expensive one like this one. But at least the devs get someone to appreciate the story. Do it justice. So yeah, I think I said I was going to do until now, but I feel like we haven't even got to the murder yet. And I want a sandwich at like 6, I think. So that's another hour. So I'm going to keep going with this. I know I started it. When did I start it? About 2:30. So I've done 2.5 hours. You have a finite amount of patience with dating sims. Yeah. Yeah, dating sims. I have thoughts about dating sims. But yeah, I've done 2.5 hours, but I feel like a lot of that has been randomly talking about shit and playing with my ears. So I think, and also I feel like it's like most people are sort of asleep or going to sleep or whatever, and it's kind of interesting me reading. The Lily Princess was lovely. By the detective series, do you mean the Vera ones? Vera Blanc? Because those were fun. I really enjoyed those. I haven't played Cross of the Moon. It was one I didn't think to get a code for, and I don't think it was available on the unusual site that I use. Or what I bought. Yeah, Vera Blanc's awesome. We liked Little Lily Princess and Vera Blanc. I mean, I have a whole like thingamajiggy. Oh, I really liked the strawberry vinegar one. With all the food, that was just awesome. Hi, Tarragon. I really liked strawberry vinegar. That was a really cute one. 5 a.m. Yeah. I mean, technically it's 5 p.m. for me based on sleeping things, so I'm still okay for now. Yeah, it had a good mechanic, and it was less annoying than like um like C14 dating and no, not C14 dating. I don't know, all the ones where you have to do the tasks in the middle. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. Roommates, C14 dating, Nicole had all those and they were okay. But it was weird because I locked myself out of stuff because I was trying to get lots of points. I don't really have a big enough following to get. Yeah, they get tedious, exactly. And Quantum Rook, I mean, I do have, some things where I can get promo codes because I do have a decent amount of promo games. I got this one. But I've reached out before for Extra Life. And, like Ratalaika was like, oh, well, we've already given codes to someone else for Extra Life. Okay. So I don't do that anymore. And I just didn't want to deal with giveaways. I don't feel like people necessarily come here for the giveaways. And they just make things overly complicated. And I feel like I'm harassing people to giving them free games. So I just didn't ask for codes this time. I just was like, I'm just going to play some games, ask people to, raid and host and come and watch, and just see what happens. But yeah, I get enough codes for games to sort of give a variety to the channel. I can afford to buy other games. I have a huge backlog anyway, and people request stuff. So, I mean, I usually have content. I mean, I've been doing this for 4.5 years now, streaming. Yeah. I'm very good. Nearly. I'm nearly at what I got last year. And nearly at my goal for this year. Of course, if I do reach my goal, it means that I have to eat an entire coconut chocolate bar on stream, which I'm not looking forward to, but I did make a promise, and apparently it's legally binding. But as it's for charity, I figured, But I mean, I'm not the kind of person that will do like the spinny wheels and have my kids slap me. I don't have any kids, so I can't really do that anyway. Or eat horrible tasting things. Or, and I've tried like prize draws and game codes, and they just doesn't seem to get the engagement. So I figured what I would do is I would do marbles on stream for my breaks, because people like marbles on stream, and I would do a different variety of genres of games throughout the day. Bounty, yeah. Milk chocolate, I think, though. Yeah, milk chocolate. I have a pack of 4. I will not eat all 4. I was going to do challengey things, but then again, I'm just not that kind of person. I just, yeah. It's like, I'd rather not eat horrible things and feel sick. Yeah, so I'm going to eat 1 if we hit our $2,000 target. And then I'm going to give the rest to my friend who actually likes coconut. And apparently I might be sending one to Alkesh, who is getting hungry. Sadly, I can't transmit it through the Ethernet. But if you're hungry, Alkesh, you should have some food. I mean, it's 6 a.m. there. Dream Sea Club. I've not heard of that one. Oh, they're in Japanese. Oh, yeah. We've already established I can't read Japanese. If it's got English, then I will totally read them. But yeah, I can't read Japanese. It's not one of the languages that I know. I only know a couple of European languages. I am sadly, my education is sadly lacking in the fact that they do not teach Japanese at school. Yeah. I had a look because I was like, oh, I should try and complete all of the visual novels. No. And then I was like, well, I should try and complete the ones that are like in the similar vein to the Zero Escape nonary games, because I really like those. And then it was like, they're only in Japanese. Damn. Because there was a whole series. I don't have enough spoons. I just don't have enough spoons. But yeah, there's a whole series that I wanted to play, but the first game is only in Japanese. And I was like, I understand. I honestly do. I have nothing against games in other languages. It's just, when I would like to play it, I would like to be able to read it. And I can't, which means I can't play the series, because if the first game's in Japanese, I will not have the history. And it sounded really cool, and it was very nonary Zero Escape. I mean, at least AI Somnium Files, the new one's coming out on Xbox, which is really cool. I mean, if it's the same game, yes. This particular game that I was looking at it was only on PC, and it was only in Japanese, unfortunately. And no one had done like a fan translation-y thing. Because I would totally pay money, to have the game in my language. But it's just not. Which is fair, as I said, fair enough. There are other people in the world other than English. Yes, but yeah, Zero Escape nonary games, all of them are available in English. They're on Steam. They're also on PlayStation. I really want them to come to Xbox, but I don't think. Yes, the first one is on DS. Yes, brilliant series. Honestly, I've played them all. They're all on my YouTube. Absolutely brilliant series, like whole time travel-y mystery thingy. I just love them. I really did, and I loved streaming them. And then AI Somnium Files is a similar, I think it's the same dev. Oh, they're also on mobile. Yeah. The problem is that you can't play them for the first time again. And there are some games, like Zero Escape, like Sexy Brutal, that I would love to play again for the first time, just to experience that twist. But yeah, if you haven't played Zero Escape nonary games, there's a trilogy. They're on Steam, and apparently mobile, and also PlayStation, and they are brilliant visual novel puzzly things. I mean, to be fair, there's not a lot. I mean, there are actual puzzles, so it's like you have little mini escape rooms. So it's not just a visual novel. AI Somnium Files is the same. Yeah, I wish I could do that. But when I really enjoy a thing, I can literally replay the whole thing in my head. And I remember it. And it's a great skill for some things, but really hard if you want to re-experience a game. Is there a time limit? I don't think so. Specifically, there are some time limits, but they're always within the sort of confines of the game, and it will give you time to solve puzzles, and then as you do a thing, it'll advance it, I think. Some things you might be able to fail. Some things you fail, but then you can pass them because of the mechanics, I seem to remember. And there are blocks and locks and stuff. But it's all very clever how it works. And then, yeah, AI Somnium Files is the same developer, I believe, or same publisher, Spike Lee Chunsoft. And I played that on Steam, on stream, and that was brilliant. Weird, but brilliant. And then they announced the sequel coming out, and I was like, that's great. And it's coming to Xbox, that's great. And then not so long ago, like, okay, maybe actually longer ago, like 2 months, they suddenly brought the one I played to Xbox on Game Pass. So I'm playing through it again, and I'm going to get all of the unlockables this time, because I didn't get them all. Usually I will unlock everything of everything. But I got all of the endings, and I just didn't feel like going back on Steam, but I will totally unlock everything on Xbox. And then when the new one comes out, I'm going to buy that and then stream it. Because, well, I mean, we all want to find out what happens. I'm sure everyone loves my random visual novel Japanese game weirdness. It's just, you know, because they're just so inventive and clever. And the story is just slightly weird because of the different culture. That it just really makes them quite cool. Which is why it's like, I would really love to play that particular series. But yeah, the first game not being available is sad. And there are other ones, but yeah, I think nothing really beats my experience with you have a weird desire to complete all the Japanese language only games. I mean, fair enough. I remember when I was playing Lego Batman Japan, and I was like, honestly, that was hard enough, and I knew the game. Eek. Sorry, just trying to get the lid off my drink. Ew. That didn't mix. Well, I mean, I never thought I'd be able to. It depends on how many are them. How many of them are? There are. Because if there's a finite amount, that's doable. If there's a doable infinite amount in that they're released at a certain pace, then that's also doable. Because I was like, I never thought I'd complete all the Lego games. Especially with all the weird stacks and the Japan thing. And obviously I wouldn't have been able to complete them without you. And then point and clicks. There are some that I can't complete on Xbox because they're not available anymore. Or they're just, you know, or they're broken. Or the technology doesn't exist. There's one discontinued one that uses some kind of AR, VR headset. But of the ones that are out, I'm, you know, doing my best to complete as many as I can. But it's harder because there are more of those than there are Lego games. Lego games were hard, but they haven't released a new one in a while. There's 40 to 50 JPN. Oh. I mean, if you're only doing visual novels, then that's fine. Yeah. There's one point and click on the 360 that got discontinued, Dream something or other, that I really wish they'd bring back. Maybe they'll make it backwards compatible. Right, I have finished that. Yeah, I mean, if you can get access to them, then that's half the thing. It sat on my foot, and now it hurts. Right. Okay, we're never gonna get this. We're never gonna get to the end of chapter 1 and see who gets murdered if I don't carry on with this. So, I am going to read a little bit more of the story, but it's good to have you here. I'm not saying that I want everyone to go away, but I am going to have to stop being distracted slightly because I could talk about games forever, honestly. Dream Chronicles? I think Dream Chapters is the longest journey one. You can? Ooh. We should talk about that more off stream. Oh my god, Dan, it's 5:15 in the morning. How are you up again? No one's dead yet. No, because I got distracted. Welcome back, Dan. Hope you and Milo had a good snooze. Oh. Yes, obviously in game. No one's dead yet because I got distracted again, which is fine. I like talking to people. Dream Chronicles, yes. Dream Chronicles discontinued. Can't get access to it. There's 2 Windows 8 ones, one of which I own, but I can't get to work. And I've tried multiple things, and I don't know what's going on, and I can't be asked to debug it. The other one has half of its DLC missing. Oh, right, okay. No worries, Dan. And then there's one called Luna on Windows, which doesn't have the technology available anymore. I don't think you can play it without... It's gone? Oh. Interesting. I thought all of the delisted stuff on 360 could be re-downloaded if you had it in your download history. But anyway, it doesn't matter that there are 4-ish point and clicks that I can't ever play. I don't mind. I honestly don't mind, because I know I'm never gonna necessarily be able to complete all the ones that I own anyway, because of some other things. But yes. Have fun, Toodle Pip. I'll catch you at a more reasonable time when you've had some more sleep. Yeah, I'm okay with it, because it's not like the Lego games. Oh my gosh! Is this my second Dopey raid? Hi, Dopey. Thank you for the re-raid. I've been streaming so long I get 2 raids. Where's your button gone? There we are. Hi, hi. Hello, welcome party people. We are currently reading a book. Well, we're playing a game that is a book. But yeah, I'm okay with the fact that I can't play some of the visual novels, the point and clicks. I'm okay with that, because yeah, there's a whole bunch, and you know, honestly, I'm fine with it. With Lego, it was different. Telltale games, you know, but I'm okay. I only have so much time, and I'd much rather stream some cool shit than, you know, sort of try and, you know, obsessively complete everything these days. Anyway, I have now. I completed the last of the Walking Dead ones. Not that I think the Telltale series exists anymore, but yes, I believe I have got 100% Telltale. Yes. So I got access to the Wallace and Gromit ones, and the Windows ones that I hadn't bought before they went away, and then I bought the rest of them. So yes, I believe the answer to that is yes. Because I even finished that stupid Poker Night one. That took forever. Well, I suppose technically, if the new Summer Max is in the Telltale collection, I haven't finished that one yet. But yeah, some things I do obsessively do, and then I, you know, I'm like, is that really worth it? Right. Okay. Back to the story. I guess it shouldn't have mattered, since I didn't have much to do with anyone anyway. Nevertheless, I could think of a few faces I didn't necessarily want to see. That looks really creepy. A wave of bright light splashing all over us, we finally set foot in the dining hall. The first thing I noticed was how big it was, but I guess that shouldn't have come as a surprise. After all, entire school classes had to fit in here somehow. What I definitely hadn't expected was how lovingly detailed it was decorated. Welcome to hell. It's cute. Candles, carved pumpkins, and paper lanterns were everywhere, painting the entire dining hall in a faint orange glow. There were also dozens of handmade paper cutouts in the shape of spiders, ghosts, bats, witches, and skeletons. On the tables, hanging from the ceiling, and even stuck to the walls and windows. Someone had clearly put an enormous amount of time and effort, not only into decorating this place, but also into crafting all of the actual decorations. Whoa. Oh my god. This is freaking awesome. I'm glad to hear you like it. Please be sure to let Miyamoto-san know as well. She was working tirelessly to prepare all this in time. I totally will. Dang, this is so cool. Don't you think, Reiko-chan? It is. Oh, hey there. Actually, I don't know what voice to do, because it has question mark. Naturally, it didn't take long for the others, who had already been here, to notice the pack of people who had just flocked into the room. The first one to jump in front of us was a girl with pink-coloured hair dressed in a white blood-stained kimono, identical to Runa's. Happy Halloween! Yo, Mama-chan! What's up? And happy Halloween to you too? Ah, thanks. Ooh, sounds interesting. I shall make sure I add it to my wish list. Improbable dream. Nice. do love a good visual novel, me. I have a little bit of a backlog. Need to do more story times. I do love a good visual novel. Momoko Mori. Ooh. Does it Mori mean death? Like Memento Mori? Something or other? Ah! Birthday's the day after mine. December 8th, 95, age 14. Club music. Likes dating sims and playing guitar. Dislikes loneliness and public displays of affection. Momoko Mori, one of the most popular girls at our school. Although she could be a little different among her close friends, for the most part, Momoko was a rather shy and quiet individual. As a result, she had flown under everyone's radar until just recently, when she had caught people's attention during the cultural festival. She also likes... It's a Halloween party! For some reason, people are wearing blood-stained kimonos, which is going to make, you know, when someone dies, harder. They cut some inappropriate stuff from the Sam & Max remake to bring it more up to date and not include stuff that is offensive. You probably shouldn't believe everything you read from people on, like, you know, TA forums and Reddit and stuff. There was some really horrendously potentially racist stuff in there and sexist stuff that they did take out. But I don't want to get into an argument about it, so yeah. I like Sam & Max. I like the remake. I want more Sam & Max. So, when she'd caught people's attention during the cultural festival, most of us had known that she was a member of the music club, but it had been a huge surprise to learn that she was also a guitarist in one of our school's girl bands. The Momoko on stage had seemed so different from the one I knew from class. No one would have thought her capable of performing in front of such a huge crowd, which is why she'd not just become the talk of our class, but of the entire school. Apparently she was even receiving love letters on a regular basis now. Okay, now my head's getting itchy, so I'm just going to take this off for a while. I see you wearing the same outfit as Runa. So you're playing a twin sister? Yep. It would have been lame to dress up as one of the sisters alone, so I asked Runa if she wanted to play the part of my twin. I didn't really know what else to dress up as, so it was fine with me. I have a soft spot for kimonos anyway. Here, look! Giggling, the two kimono girls stepped next to each other. Momoko grabbed the ends of the red ropes which were wrapped around their waists and quickly tied them together. As they proudly presented themselves to us, I finally began to remember. They should have had green wigs on them. Twin Sisters Sacrifice, Golden Butterfly was the title of a rather successful video game. A horror game, to be precise. The two main characters were twin sisters wearing white bloodstained kimonos just like Momoko and Runa. The plot of the game focused on the dilemma of the two sisters who lived in an old-fashioned village hidden deep within a dense forest. It was said that, beneath the village, there existed a portal leading to the underworld. In order to keep it closed and prevent the spirits of the dead from leaking out and consuming the living, a ritual had to be performed once every decade. Unfortunately, this ritual required a pair of twins to kill each other. Needless to say, it was a very sad and dramatic story. What were the sisters going to do? Kill each other for the sake of their village? Or escape together only to only save themselves? I actually had no idea how the story ended, since I had neither played the game nor seen the recent anime adaptation even. But I didn't really feel the need to find out. A tale about two sisters killing each other was the last thing I was keen on exploring. What do you say? We put a lot of effort into these costumes. Indeed. We tried to replicate the kimono as accurately as possible. It proved to be rather frustrating at times, but I quite enjoyed sullying the fabric with this blood. Why did it make me feel somewhat uneasy, seeing her say that with such a cheerful expression adorning her face? Nice! I think you did an awesome job. Now, if you two had the right hair colour, the cosplay would be perfect. Actually, I bought two matching green wigs, but unfortunately forgot them at home. cannot believe I was so careless. Once again, my deepest apologies, Mori-san. Oh, Runa, I told you it's fine. Stop thinking about that. It's no biggie, really. Even if you say that, I cannot help but feel quite ashamed of myself. After all, I was the one who claimed to know where to get the perfect wigs and promised to buy them. And then I forget them at home. Oh. Even after you reminded me just this morning not to. It's alright, Runa. Sure, it would have been neat to have them, but it's fine, really. Yeah, you two still look majorly awesome? And real freaking cute? Of course. My Peach always looks cute, no matter what she's wearing. It's super sexy, too. Hero, stop it! I told you not to say such weird things in front of the others. Why not? It's the truth. It's embarrassing. Oh, how I love it when you blush, my sweetheart. Hiro Shiratake. June 26, 95, age 15, club soccer. Likes attention. Doi. Eating and sports. Dislikes losing and smartasses. That Dracula flashing his sharp teeth with a smug grin was Hiro Shiratake. Being a total show-off who greatly enjoyed bathing in the spotlight, this guy couldn't stop himself from bragging about anything imaginable. From his grades and sports achievements to even trivial things, such as being the first in class to own the new banana tablet phone. Naturally, he also seized every opportunity to remind us of the fact that he was the lucky guy who had conquered the heart of one of the most desired girls at school. I'd no clue what Momoke saw in him, to be honest. Sure, he did get good grades, was quite an athlete, and I guess he didn't look bad either. But did that really make up for his obnoxious attitude? Hero, seriously stop it. He's right though. You do look cute and sexy and absolute everything you wear, my dear. Especially when you're blushing. Come on. Not you too. You're such a lucky guy, Hero. I hope you do realise that and won't think about making my little cutie here cry. Making her cry? Yes, by doing something devious as, I dunno, cheating on her or something? Are you nuts? Why the heck would I do that? My little Peach is everything a guy could dream of. I totally hit the jackpot here. Indeed. Stop it, you two. You're embarrassing me. Aw, poor little Momo. I'm sorry. But there's no denying the truth, you sexy beast. Come on! Kamen Aiga. September 13th, 95, age 15. Drama Club, of course. Likes acting, shopping and swimming. Dislikes cheaters, hypocrites and womanizers. At which breaking out into loud laughter was Kamen Aiga, Momoko's best friends. The two of them were pretty close, like Barachan and me, or Ri and Runa. Therefore, it struck me as odd that Kamen wasn't playing the role of Momoko's twin, especially as she always has the green hair. I mean, she already looked the part, sporting not only the right hairstyle, but even colour. On the topic of playing a character, however, Kamen was actually the vice president of the drama club and a talented actress. I had seen her perform during the cultural festival and certainly had to admit as much. Off stage, she didn't seem to care much for theatrics though. Unlike her best friend, Kamen was far less reserved and much more straightforward, with no qualms about speaking her mind or any desire to mince her words. Rather than talk about you behind your back, she was the type to tell you straight to your face how she felt about you. That's why I knew with absolute certainty that she couldn't stand me. Anyway, what's that snorefest Shinpuku doing here? Oh. Aw. Miko-chan, I didn't even see you there. You trying to hide behind Mika? As a matter of fact, I was. Curses, why'd she moved away? Well, I guess sooner or later they would have noticed me anyway, so... Hello. I never expected to see you here, Miss Grumpy. Hey, come on. What? It's the truth. She always looks so dead and emotionless. I bet she doesn't even know what the word fun means. You probably don't even want to be here, right? Little Miss Grumpy. I didn't know what to reply. I mean, she was right. I didn't want to be here, but I also didn't want to admit that in front of her because it was exactly what she wanted to hear. What was her problem anyway? She didn't know me. I was the kind of person whose emotions played out more on the inside rather than the outside. So even if I was having fun, it didn't necessarily show. Some people were like this. Was that a crime? I actually kind of wanted to tell her exactly that, but it was Momoko who acted first in order to smash that sudden moment of tension. Oh my! Miko-chan, I only realised now. Those ears! Persis, not this again! I honestly would have rather had Carmen continue bitching at me than someone say, They look so cute! Can I touch them? That you of all people would wear something like this. Ignorai? I was surprised as well. Well, they do suit our little grumpy cat. I guess so. Those ears sure are cute, but they'd fit my sexy Peach a lot better. Hero, stop talking such nonsense. Yeah, I know. They'd obviously look best on me, that's not even debatable. But I meant, like, if it wasn't for me, you'd rock them harder than anyone else. Oh, you. Anyway, I think it's a funny idea. You look so cute that I could literally hug you to death. Why? Just why was everyone gathered around me like I was some kind of theme park attraction? Couldn't they just leave me alone? It's just a pair of stupid cat ears. Why was everyone making such a fuss about it? Just because I didn't seem like the kind of person to wear something like this. Oh, this was all my mum's fault. She probably was still laughing at home, playing this very scenario out in her head. It was without a doubt what she had hoped for. Me becoming the centre of everyone's attention, getting riled up about it, and ultimately removing these obnoxious ears in a rage before running off in embarrassment while everyone was laughing at me. Sorry, Mum, but I wasn't going to give you that satisfaction. Even though I really wanted to take off those accursed cat ears, at this point, that was out of the question. My pride simply didn't allow it. After everyone had seen me wear the ears, taking them off now would have equalled admitting embarrassment, which in turn would have made me an even easier target for humiliation. Kids are cruel. So I was left with no choice but to wear these ridiculous ears proudly, my head held high, without letting on to my true feelings. Curse you, Mum. Wait. ¿Qué pasa? What's going on here? Sacre bleu! She's really wearing cat ears. Ay, scheisse. What? Okay, we've had Spanish, French, and German from this guy. I think it's a guy. It doesn't matter. This person. I'm not going to misgender. And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse. Why was that guy here? You look hot, Raiko-chan. My cojones are itching and my cocks. Okay, dude. I'm not reading that. Kotoba Gaikoku. May 16, 95, age 15, soccer club. Likes learning new languages and watching porn. Dislikes wearing underwear. I immediately don't like this guy. I do not need to know that about him. Why? Kotoba Gaikoku, the resident perv. This guy seems to waste every split second of his existence by fascinating about the people around him. Not just the girls, but even the guys. Ideally, I wouldn't have even wanted to know about his dirty fantasies, but he unfortunately possessed the annoying habit of letting everyone in on them. He would have earned some respect from me for his interest in foreign languages. After all, he wasn't just the best in English in our class, but even went so far as to learn additional languages during his free time, including French, Spanish, and even German. Well, we got that from the expressions. Sadly, though, he usually limited their uses to vulgarities and pickup lines only. You look fancy and delicious. Seeing you like this makes my corazone go doke. How about it, mon chéri? You've already got the ears, but you're still lacking a tail. I'd be happy to attach mine to your cute little butt if you know what. Can we slap him? Stop right there, villain. Mika-chan? Getting jealous? Ingana soke, chica. I can play with my tail too. Mika! Eh? What you doing? Wait, please, that was just a joke. Slash! Yeah. Ouch. Using all her strength, Mika slammed her carelessly glued together cardboard side against Kotoba's chin, sending him flying through the air and crashing onto the floor with a loud thud. Moaning in pain, he began rolling around, hands tightly pressed onto his mouth as though he was afraid his jaw was going to fall apart the moment he let go. Judging by that nasty noise it had produced upon impact with Kotoba's foul mouth, Mika's scythe apparently didn't entirely consist of cardboard pieces made to look like metal. At least the stick itself was actually made of metal. Damn, poor bastard. Can't say I feel sorry for him though. Cuckoo! Whatever perverted stuff you have to say, Mika said to slash away. Ouch, Mika. Ooh. I guess he deserves it for that comment, but don't go killing him now. Taiko Kikai. July 25th, 95, age 15, he is pretty, music club, likes cats, okay, right, clearly he's a good guy, helping others and studying, okay, he's a boring good guy, dislikes injustice, lies, and spaceflight, dislikes spaceflight. There he was, the last of Rui's party attendees and probably her most important guest, a big crush, Taiko Kikai. Just like it was the case with most of my classmates, we rarely talked to each other. Nevertheless, he was the only other person besides Ri and Runa who greeted and smiled at me whenever our paths crossed. He also often came to my aid when someone like Cameron was harassing me, and generally seemed to enjoy helping others whenever he could. Out of all the guys in our class, he was definitely the most mature, seeming quite a bit older than he actually was. Count to that the fact how handsome he looked, and unlike Momoke's love for Hiro, I could definitely understand why Ri had fallen for him. Wow. You alright? Missing any teeth? I think my jaw is dislocated. Well, you had it coming. You should really learn to choose your words more carefully, especially with Mika around. Indeed. This wasn't the first time she had smacked him for verbally harassing a girl. It happened on a regular basis, at least 4 to 6 times a day at school. This was the one trait I truly valued about Mika. She couldn't stand this kind of behaviour and punished it brutally. Unfortunately, Kotoba was the kind of guy who just didn't seem to learn his lesson. Anywho, hi there, Raiko-chan. Hello. Kerr says, even though I had told Ri that I didn't possess any romantic interest in him, for some reason I always got a little nervous whenever he talked to me. I could even feel the warmth increasing on my face as it most likely lit up like a warning light. I guess this just went to prove how charming he was. Glad to see you came. Of course, same goes for you too, Nobara. Yeah, I want to get chanified too. Chanified? Oh, alright. Glad to see you, Nobara-chan. Better? Yes? Haha. So, like, where's Rikun? Rikun? I thought she'd be with you. Oh, hang on a minute. Chan? Kun? I'm gonna have to look up these honorifics, aren't I? It's her party, and now that all of her guests are gathered here, she just disappears on us. What does he dressed as? Miyamoto-san is just taking care of a few things. She'll be here in a couple of minutes. So we're back for waiting again. I am terribly sorry for the inconvenience. Don't be, Runa. It's not your fault. Anyway, guess I'll go get a few more snacks. Seems like it'll take a bit longer until we finally get dinner. If you keep eating so many snacks, you'll get fat. Mama! Sorry, I meant to say get even fatter. What? Mama, why you... Okay, that's it. Kamen's hand quickly shot forward, aimed at Momoko's cheek to give it a good old pinch. The giggling girl managed to evade the attack, however, by simply ducking under it. While Kamen was still surprised at her opposite's remarkable reflexes, Momoko stuck out her tongue, lifted her kimono a little, and dashed off as fast as she could. Outraged, the witch immediately gave chase, while everyone was watching in amusement. Oh my. Well, it's just like Aiga-san said. It might still be a while until Miyamoto-san returns, so... Until then, why don't you take a look around the dining hall, Shinpuku-san? Akadora-san. Feel free to try some of the snacks we have prepared as well. However, I would advise you not to eat too much. We will be having dinner in a... Tamashi-san! You can't eat those. Panic suddenly slapped on her face. Runa quickly hurried off towards Miko, who was apparently trying to eat one of the many carved pumpkin decorations. Honestly, that girl. Well, what do you think, Raiko-chan? Wanna take a look around? We could also talk to the others and kill some time until Lee's here. I don't really want to. Ah, come on. Since we're already here, we might as well talk to him. They're our classmates after all. Talking to our classmates, huh? Wasn't really the kind of person to just go up to others and start conversations. When someone came to me, I could easily reply, but starting a conversation myself... Ooh, excuse me. No. wasn't good at that unless it was a Barachan or I had a clear purpose in mind. Like asking a stranger for directions or something like that. But starting a conversation just for the sake of conversing about a random topic? No. I didn't enjoy small talk and never had a clue what to talk about. However, since there wasn't anything else to do and I was already feeling bored, talking to the others maybe wasn't such a bad idea to kill some time. Besides, Barachan was with me and she loved to talk, so I probably didn't have to worry about it too much. So what do you see? Alright, might as well try and make the best of it, I suppose. Damn street. An investigation sequence is about to start. Do you wish to read an explanation? Yes, please. During an investigation, you can examine your surroundings and talk to the people in the vicinity to gather clues, evidence, and information. Simply move the cursor around and click on any highlighted objects to examine them. You can also change your view by clicking on the magnifying glass icon in the investigation menu at the top of the screen. If you want to talk to the other characters, click on the speech bubble instead and a list of everyone you can talk to will appear. If you want to end the investigation, simply click on the checkmark icon. Note that, however, sometimes you might have to fulfill certain conditions before you are allowed to do so. During the following investigation, that won't be necessary though. If you want to continue with the actual story, feel free to click on the checkmark icon and skip right ahead any time. New notebook entry has been added. A new diary entry has been added. New character profile has been added. Okay. Right, so now we have... Ooh, we still got 4 people missing. Don't know who they're going to be. Let's look at the notepad, and then what we might do is take a quick break so I can make a sandwich. And we'll just continue with this for now, unless anyone has any objections. Because it feels like it's fairly mellow. And honestly, I just want to get to the murder. And that feels like it's taking a long time, but that's okay, because I don't have any pressing desire to play anything else right now. And yeah, and then we'll possibly play a little bit of Z-Axis after we've done with this, and then see what time we've got until we start Undertale. And then, yeah. Joe wants blood. Alkesh, admit it. You also want to see someone die, right? You always say you want the best ending where everyone dies. So, you know, don't push this all on me. We want the sacrifice. Twin Sister Sacrifice Golden Butterfly is the title of a popular horror game that was recently adapted into an anime. The story revolves around the twin sisters Aya and Saya, who live in an old-fashioned village hidden deep within a dense forest. In the underground tunnels beneath the village lies a portal which connects the human realm to the spirit world. It's said that if the gates were to be opened, the tortured souls of the dead would leak out, consume the villagers, and spread malice among across the entire region. To prevent this catastrophe from occurring, the villagers perform a ritual once every decade to renew the seal on this hellgate. Unfortunately, this ritual requires a pair of twins to kill each other. The story mainly focuses on the dilemma of the twins. What are they going to do? Kill each other for the sake of their village, or try and escape together to only save themselves? Never played the game nor ever seen the anime, but I still know a little about it thanks to Barachan and my classmates. Almost everyone keeps talking about TSS, it's that popular. From what I've heard, it's extremely scary and gory, but also very sad, as one would expect from such a premise. I don't know how the story ends, but I have no desire to find out either. I want to know! I can see why a lot of people like it though. I guess it's no surprise that Momoko and Rina decide to cosplay as the two sisters. It's just hard to tell who's cosplaying which sister without any matching wigs. No more maps, diary entries. Okay. We did the surprise attack, meeting the others. When and especially how did Mika manage to write into my diary without me noticing? I can't believe this. And also, what's with everyone using emoticons? I guess Mum and Mika are already very much alike. Anyway, we've finally arrived at the dining hall. It's rather big and I'm surprised to see how much effort went into decorating it. I honestly wasn't expecting this. I gotta admit that even I am slowly starting to get into a Halloween mood right now. I'd still rather go back home, especially now that we've met everyone. As expected, Carmen's here and she couldn't resist making snide remarks at me already. Can't she just leave me alone? Except for Ree, everyone's gathered in the dining hall now. However, a party cannot start without its host, so I guess we're stuck here waiting until she gets back. Now what to do? Runa proposed taking a look around and it seems Barachan wants to talk to everyone, but... Okay, so as we're in a thingy sequence, I'm going to hit a save. Back. Right, so I'm just going to hit it in the pause menu. Right, we're just going to take a quick break so I can make a sandwich and stretch again and, you know. So, It's not going to be massively long, so I'm just going to put the break screen up. Feel free. And I'm also going to run that because that makes more sense. Feel free to chat amongst yourself, and I'll be back, I don't know, 5 minutes-ish. Okay, I'm back. I have sandwiches. So I thought we could do the investigating while I eat my sandwich. Which I might turn off my mic in case I nom. And then do the talking with the characters once I have my sandwiches eaten. So we're just going to be looking around quietly. Unless there's anything particularly interesting, then I'll unmute. That's that. They're going to commentate on it. So here I just noticed that's spelled wrong. It is. Both words are actually misspelled. The first E should be an A in both cases. Weird. Yeah, I think it's on purpose. Good question. You can see Ree not noticing, but Runa should have, so... Actually, I did notice the mistake. Miyamoto-san even asked me if it was spelled correctly, but... But what? I was after she'd already finished it. It took her about 3 hours to craft this sign, and she looked so proud and happy when it was done. I simply couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. Ooh, it's all my fault. She'd already misspelt it on the invitation cards. I should have told her before she started working on this sign. I feel so terrible. Please don't tell her. She would be incredibly embarrassed if she found out. I wonder if Ria's gonna end up dead, the one that went up to get a shower. Maybe she'll just end up dead and then we'll be like, but everyone was in here. Well, you have to tell her at some point though. I know. Tomorrow after everyone's gone. Definitely not tonight. Alright, I gotcha. My lips are sealed. Thank you very much. Hori. I hope Runa really tells her. I mean, it'd be bad if she never learned how to actually spell Halloween. Could really screw her over in life. I can imagine she want to get a job as a pumpkin carver. Who'd hire someone who got a clue how to spell Halloween? Indeed. Weird thing to worry about. I do like to play a game properly. You look at its chest. What the hell's that stuff inside there? It's brain? Why would its brain be inside its chest? I don't know. Maybe you ate it? Well, whatever it is, there's blood all over it. That's just like totally disgusting. Taking the lower pumpkin's expression into account, it must be delicious. I don't know. But it is? What? Wait, you eat that stuff? Yep. Ew, so how does it taste? It's cherry flavoured. They're just sweets with some cherry sauce poured on them. Seriously? Yeah, seriously. That still looks kind of disgusting. I thought the same when I first saw them. Why'd you try and eat them? Because of Hero. The moment we entered the dining hall, the first thing he did was to reach in that thing's chest and stuff a whole handful of its contents in its mouth. I couldn't believe it, but he was like, delicious, and told me to try them. Yeah, I mean, I never see the point in basically opening up a game, fast forwarding through it just to get the achievements. It's like, yeah, you got 1,000 gamer score, but what was the point? You know, people spend so long putting effort into these games. And I just like to appreciate them. I do. I wonder if I can get this one classified as a point and click because it has a cursor. But yeah, I mean, there are very few games that I have literally just played for gamerscore. And, you know, yeah. Yeah! Hi, Tolus! I have bacon sandwiches. Yes, I'm still having a good time. I'm reading this novel. I'm reading this novel more than I thought I would. Oh, yes, exactly, Elkesh. I think the only time I did it was for one of them 10k Microsoft Reward challenges where I was like, I don't have any, like, Telltale games left, so, you know, here's some, like, really, like, the what is it, Ziltalka? It's a publisher that begins with X that have, like, some of the easier things. But even then, I sort of had fun with the games. I don't know. Maybe a few visual novels, but mostly I like playing them. Yeah. I can't even read that. There's just yeah, but that. Gonna make pork chops and mashed potato for dinner tomorrow. That sounds amazing. And applesauce? I feel like pork chops needs applesauce. And gravy. That sounds really good though, Tolus. Really good. I don't know what I'm going to make for dinner tomorrow. Maybe more stew. I did buy some more meat. And I can probably talk to my mum and cut stuff up and then put it in a pot. But yeah. I'm probably going to be tired, so, you know, cutting stuff up and putting it in a pot is basically the limit of my spoons for cooking. But yeah, thinking ahead for food, blimey. I mean, I have to do that sort of with the shopping, but honestly, this time I just got a lot of ready meals because I was like, I'm going to be tired. And ready meals you can put in the microwave. You see, I'm very much not liking sweet with meat, but applesauce, the way I make it, isn't sweet. So I don't think applesauce should be sweet. It should be tangy. But I do understand not wanting sweet with meat. There are some things I will not eat, like cherries for some reason. They go really sweet, I don't know why. There's some things that I won't eat with meat because of the whole sweetness thing. But yeah, with applesauce for some reason, it doesn't feel... Well, apples to me aren't sweet, they're tart. And yeah, I think it's probably because of the way my mum makes it. Because she doesn't like putting lots of sugar in anything. Like custard. I once had a look at the recipe for the custard and then the recipe my mum did and realised that the sugar was like 1/10. And I'm like, oh god, this is weird. So yeah, so for me applesauce isn't sweet, but I can completely understand that. Garlic, onion. Well, you see, I'm not a big fan of garlic. I would never suggest garlic. So lemon pepper seems... Ooh, wouldn't mustard go? You could do like a musty, peppery sauce. Well, but I would say lemon pepper. Oh, what time you might... I mean, it's... If you're in London as well, then it's 6 a.m. Yeah, I feel like I really appreciate everyone that has sort of stayed up with me. But yes, do not feel like you have to be here the entire 24 hours awake. And yes, I'm talking to you, Elkesh. Feel free to pop out and get some sleep, you know, do other stuff, have me on in the background, or, you know, even just not have me on at all. I really appreciate everyone, you know, being here and stopping by, but I don't want to take over everyone's entire, you know, days, weekends. And now I want pork chops. God damn it, Thomas. I don't have pork chops, but I'd have to order them in my next food order, which would be next week. So if I still want pork chops next week, I'm going to put them on my shopping list. Put them on my shopping list for next week. Pork chops. I haven't had pork chops in ages. My shopping list is randomly weird. Pork chops, there we go. But some of these aren't food. You don't have to pretend to do anything. If you don't want to go to sleep, that's fine. You know, obviously I can't tell you what to do. And if you want to stay awake for however long, then you can. But I just wanted to emphasize that it is not required. So don't feel like you should do it. But if you want to, then obviously that is fine. I would have thought the middle of its chest would be its heart, not its brains. So smushed heart. Apparently it's cherry flavoured. Want some? Nah, I'm still gonna pass on them. Your loss. How about you, Raiko-chan? No thanks. Okay. The shrug that was basically saying, you don't know what you're missing out on, Momoko turned towards the pumpkin man and reached into his chest. She grabbed a handful of those disgusting looking sweets and threw them into her mouth and happily munched away. Even if they truly were delicious, that didn't change the fact that the mere sight of them made me feel like throwing up. Moreover, I didn't quite fancy getting my hands all sticky by touching them. On the topic of touching, there was no telling who had already touched them and if their hands had been clean. Yeah. If Kotobo, for example, had already eaten from that stuff, I certainly didn't want to touch it, let alone put it in my mouth. Okay, so we're going to inspect more things and eat more sandwich. Well, we're gonna try, but it keeps on talking to me. Holy crap, what happened to this fella? And what's that stuff coming out of his eye? No idea. Certainly ain't edible, is that? Don't know, but I doubt any sane person would try and eat something like... If I were you, I'd not try and eat that. Should taste like detergent. Ugh. Hi, random hero. Bye, random hero. The fuck was that? I'm not sure. And something else I wasn't sure about was whether I was more shocked at the fact that Hero had actually tasted this stuff, or that he apparently knew what detergent tastes like. I mean, everyone knows what soap tastes like. You know, even if it's by accident. And detergent is kind of soapy. Don't actually eat detergent, because I'm fairly certain it's poisonous. But I mean, you know, everyone's accidentally got shit on their hands and then licked them or eaten food and then realised, you know, that was gross. People even do it with, like, food stuff. Like, you're not supposed to, like, chop chilies and then rub your eyes, but people still do it because they forget. So, yes. But yes. Totally know what soap tastes like and can infer. I'm psychoanalyzing, or I'm over-analysing a sentence. I'm just going to carry on. The fuck indeed. Let's try from getting a bit of sandwich. What's written there? Let's see. In memory of Momoko, Carmen, Hiro, Raiko, Nobaro, Kotoba, Mika, and Runa, who died here on the 31st of October 2010. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is that right? Are there 8 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No! Who's missing? Raiko, Tobo. Oh, the other two. The two hosts. Ria and Runa. There we go. May their souls rest forever in peace. What? But we ain't dead yet. Well, it's not quite the 31st yet, so maybe it's predicting the future. Oh, eating peanuts at the bar? I have peanuts, but I'm not at the bar. Did I say something? Oh, are we or are we trying to infer how they died? That can't be right. You assume we're gonna die here? Or is that what it actually said? Oh no, it just says who died here. Well, it can't be right. You assume we're gonna die here? I'm not. The tombstone is. I seem funny, man. I'll wait a sec. Ain't it missing a couple of names? Indeed. Oh, yeah. Oh! Ri and Tycho. Okay, I thought Tycho was listed and it wasn't Runa. Ah, so what does that mean? No two of them are gonna murder us? Don't worry. It's just a stupid joke. Easy for you to see I'm gonna live anyway, and maybe I'm because I'm the killer. I'm definitely not going to try and murder anyone tonight. And if Rikun should be up to something, I'll put a stop to her mischievous schemes. Like always. I'll still be suspicious of you. That's safe than sorry. Fair enough. Anyway, I really wonder why she spared me though. I mean, it's obvious she wouldn't put herself on the list, but why not me either? Well, I guess she just forgot. Chan and I could only look at each other and exchange desperate smiles. The answer was pretty obvious, at least to us. Then again, Tycho should have been able to figure it out too, but he was a little dense when it came to taking hints like this, I suppose. Oh well, if everything went according to Ri's plan, he was going to find out the meaning very soon anyway. Anywho, just don't take her silly jokes seriously, okay? That's just her kind of humour. I'm still going to tell her that's going a bit too far though. He's a pretty smart guy, but if after all this time he still hasn't figured out that he's got a crush on him, I wonder if he ever will. We'll find out tonight. It'll be either cute and heartwarming or super awkward. You look up there? You mean the sign above the entrance? Yes. It's got welcome to hell and bloody letters on it. Something bothering you about it? Wasn't the placement kind of weird? Oh, yes, no, never eat bar peanuts. Never eat bar peanuts. Unless you've seen them put a fresh bowl out, but even then, you know. I'm very certain they've tested that shit and it's like got like all kinds of stuff. So yes, don't eat bar peanuts. Agree. How so? Well, if you enter the dining hall, won't you be able to see the sign until you turn around and look up? So doesn't the sign kind of fail as a welcoming sign? What's the point if you only see it when you leave, not when you enter? I guess you have a point. Maybe it ain't welcome you into the dining hall, but into the corridor. But then it'd be seeing hell ain't inside here, but behind them doors. But with all them creepy decorations about, the dining hall sure looks more like hell. Ah, of course, I got it. I'm almost afraid to ask, but what did you get? That sign ain't supposed to welcome humans like us into hell. It's supposed to welcome demons into hell. What? Think about it. For a demon that was born and raised in hell, hell would naturally be its home. They probably think of the human realm as hell. What? It's just like, vice versa. For us humans, the human world is our home and the demon world is hell. So logically for a demon, the demon world must be home and the human world hell. I'm kind of disturbed by the fact that you just used the word logically in that context. Also, I know I'm repeating myself here, but... What? Come on! Work with me here. Let's try this again. The dining hall is all creepily decorated, right? So a demon might feel at home here. But once I leave into the hallway into the human realm, I'd be in hell. That's why the sign above the door says welcome to hell. Don't you think that makes sense? There was sense in what you just said? Not. It's pretty plausible to me. Maybe I just suck at explaining stuff. Or maybe you're just putting too much thought into an awkwardly placed welcoming sign. Or that. You're just as bored as I am, aren't you? Miss Grumpy! Want to leave already? Even though the party hasn't even started yet. Must be a real pain for you being stuck with us childish morons, Oh well, maybe it's just for the best if you just disappear. That way the rest of us won't have to put up with your gloomy face the whole time. You got nothing to say? What a surprise. Sometimes I wonder if you can even talk at all. Oh well, whatever. Just try not to drag everyone's mood down. Just stand next to that pumpkin man or something. With your creepy face, you may as well make yourself a little useful and decorate the room. Curses, I'd wanted to say something, but I haven't been able to think of anything witty enough in time. Then again, she wasn't even worth wasting my breath. Anyway, maybe she was right. Maybe I really wanted to get away from here and have my peace and quiet. However, it certainly wasn't going to do her that favour. I'd rather stay here than let her feel victorious. And a cookie doll? How did that urban legend go again? You sure you want me to tell you? Yes? It's just a story about a doll? Dolls ain't scary. Well, if you say so. Don't tell me I didn't warn you, though. Anyway, here goes. The origins of the cookie doll. Long ago, there was a little girl who once owned a doll just like the one you see sitting there on the floor. It was very important to her, and she loved playing with it whenever she could. Sadly, one day the girl died from an illness. Following that tragic event, her parents placed the doll on her altar and prayed for her every day. However, eventually they noticed something very peculiar. And what did they notice? The doll's hair slowly began to grow. Once very short, the doll's hair kept growing until it reached its knees. They tried cutting it, but it always kept growing back. The parents finally came to the conclusion that the soul of their daughter had taken refuge inside her beloved doll. They brought it to a priest who placed it inside his temple, and naturally it took the interest of quite a number of people, including scientists. They didn't want to believe that the soul of a human girl was causing the hair to grow, so they tried finding a scientific explanation. Did they find one? They did, right? I mean, there's got to be a perfectly reasonable reason the doll's hair kept growing, right? Unfortunately, they never found an answer. All they could conclude through their research was what? That the hair on the doll's head was actually real human hair. Jesus Christ! In fact, it was the hair of a young girl. Yeah. Oh dear. But I did warn her. Poor gullible Chan. You wrote book entry. We're going to read those after. You look at them witches. They're kind of adorable, don't you think? Well, I wouldn't really. Holy sheep. What? They're on a collision course? What? Look at their flight paths. They're going to collide. They're probably both after that bat up there. So focused on their prey, they haven't noticed each other yet, and when they do, it's going to be too late. They're going to crash into each other and kaboosh. Their limbs and guts are going to rain down on everywhere. What stuff are you on? And why would a witch hunt bats anyway? Duh. They need them as ingredients for their potions, of course. Of course. Man, I feel so sorry for them. They're just decorations. Yeah, but still, why would we put them up that way? Isn't that like super cruel? I sincerely doubt that was her intention behind it. She just made it symmetrical. Ah, nut bunnies. That's locked. You want to take a bath in the hot springs? Hell yeah. I mean, what's the point in coming to a mountain resort that features hot springs if you don't take a bath in them? I was so looking forward to this. Wait, don't tell me that was the reason why she had ultimately agreed to attend this party? Maybe you can ask the Oruna to unlock it for us? That would be impossible, I'm afraid. What do you mean it'd be impossible? I mean, thank you for recognising I was attempting a Scottish accent. The other day when we were decorating the dining hall, Miyamoto-san somehow managed to break off the key when locking these doors. What? The blade is still stuck inside the lock. Of course, we tried to get it out, but weren't able to do so. So until a locksmith takes care of it, this lock will stay, well, locked. You've got to be kidding me? I am terribly sorry for the inconvenience. Ugh, so cool. Not your fault. Still, how the heck does one even manage to accomplish that? Well, this is Miyamoto-san we're talking about. Okay, point taken. Maybe we can, like, force it open? Force it open? What are you planning to do, Akadora-san? While Runa looked at her in disbelief, Barachan rolled up her sleeves and readied herself to throw her shoulders against those enormous wooden opponents. When I realised she was actually serious about this, I had no choice but to intervene. I wouldn't try that if I were you, Barachan. Why not? The wood's pretty thick and sturdy. I doubt any human being will be able to simply force it open. But if you want to smash your shoulder, go ahead. Ah man, that sucks. When we're at a party, you can't just disappear to take a bath anyway. Especially not without asking me first. Ugh, why did I even come here then? So I had to hit the nail on the head. Yee, over here. Look at that. Her eyes exploding with excitement. Marachan quickly dropped down onto all fours in order to reach beneath the table and just a moment later pulled something forth from under it. Manga? Yes? A hentai one at that? Probably belongs to the Kotoba. Yes. Right after we entered, I saw him put something under the table before coming to greet us. I see. I was wondering how you even managed to spot it. And I'm wondering what it's about. Hentai manga aren't particularly well known for their elaborate plots. I was more thinking about, you know, what weird fetishes Kotoba might be into. Why on earth would you worry about that? I'd rather not know. Weird? Can't open up the first few pages? Oh, they're glued together? That's not glue, mate. Cover's all sticky too, and there's stains everywhere. Yep. That's like someone spilled someone's stucky on it. Ew. What do you mean, ew? That I'd rather throw it away if I were you. Huh? A sec. You ain't telling me this is... After disgust spreading across her face, Barachan immediately threw the manga away. Flying across the entire diner hall at lightning speed, it ironically whacked Kotobo right in the back of his head. Poor guy's getting a lot of abuse. Who the hell was that for? The heck didn't you to the manga, dude? Nah, the heck did you do to the manga, dude? Why is it all sticky and stuff? Eh? Oh, you found it, huh? Well, I might have spilled some juice on it. If you know what I mean. Ew, I need to go wash my hands. Sorry, Barachan, but I'm afraid that won't help. We probably need to amputate them. I'll cash. That seemed funny, Raiko-chan. I mean, it's a little bit funny. Little bit funny. Okay, that's like super creepy. Where'd you even find something like this? Looks like we made it herself. It's just an ordinary Maneki Neko that was repainted. See? The original colour is still shimmering through here and there. Someone wasn't very thorough. Oh yeah, that's the typical seal of quality. But at least she's got quite some creativity, I gotta give her that. It sounds disgusting. Indeed. What the heck is that? From a distance it looked like salad, but it ain't salad at all. Feels kind of hard. Is this even edible? I don't know. Why don't you try it? What? Why? Why me? You've already touched it. You have to eat it now. But... Go ahead. I'll call an ambulance should anything happen. You ain't helping here? Ugh, here goes. So how is it? Ew. Does it taste that bad? My throat is burning. There's wasabi in it. Ugh. Guess it's already too late to call an ambulance. Well, what can I say? Never eat a whole handful of something if you don't know what it is. Sorry, just getting sandwich all over myself. Some tea. What do you mean, which one is Scottish? I've also got crumbs all over my bits. All over my sofa. Never mind. Right. We've had a sandwich. We're good. Great. More story. I have to say I'm intrigued. Ow, my knee. Oh, God. Ew. Also, our first achievement was unlock random trivia. Guy. You mean that skull? Yes. Just look at him. That's jaw's missing and he's only got 3 teeth left. And you see that hole with the cracks surrounding it? It's gotta be a bullet hole. I guess so. What are we to go? First they beat the crap out of him, then they blew his brains out and finally chopped his head off. And if that weren't any humiliating enough, they put him on display here like some kind of decoration. That's just messed up. I suddenly see Rhea and Runa in a very different light. Yeah, especially Runa. Behind that sweet innocent facade lies a sadistic killer. Would have thought. Good thing you're just making it up. Yeah. Poor Runa. Maybe we should stop before she hears us. Okay, I'm just gonna wash my hands. Is this a better walkthrough than the 22-minute one? Oh god, you can complete the whole thing in 22 minutes? That seems like such a disrespectful thing. I don't know. I really think, you know, devs spend a lot of time creating, crafting stories and, you know, like playing the story. But ow, my knee hurts. Alright, I'm gonna stretch my knee and wash my hands because I've got sandwich on them. Be right back. Tea as well. Gotta have fresh tea. Really need to stop sitting on my knee like that because that's why it hurts. Too old for this shit. Right. Okay. I mean, I haven't read out the little bits, but don't think it's necessary. Have I inspected everything? Ooh. Glass of red liquid and spoon inside. HP potion. Eee! Spider! And holy shit, that thing is huge. That's gotta be some kind of mutation. That's just a rubber spider. Yeah, I think it was inside those glasses. Or maybe on them cookies. Yeah, I ain't got to touch anymore. Bad-chan, the spider's not real. We're gonna get one of them guys. Yo. What's all the fuss about? The Toba, perfect timing. Yeah, gotta help us. Ah, Sekito. Do anything for you, cuties. So what do you want me to do? That's a spider. You gotta make it go away. That's all. Huh. Ah, Shimonokipi. Thanks. Or Coop even. So where's that spider? Yeesh! That's it. Yes. Scheisse. No way I'm gonna get near that monstrosity. What? Come on, be a man and just get rid of it? Hell no. I don't want to get bit by some weird mutation thing. What are we going to do? Have to kill it before it multiplies? I know. Let's get Taiko-chan. I saw him get rid of a really big spider in class before. He knows how to deal with these things. Right? Taiko-chan! Taiko-chan! Just what is wrong with you people? Everyone looks nervous. There's some bite marks on its right side. Last one looks kind of funny. Wasn't that the one Mika had a moment ago? Yes. The one she buried her teeth into. No wonder he looks like that. Poor guy's still in shock. Will he traumatized for the rest of his life? Aiko serves him for tasting so bad. What did you expect a pumpkin shell that was turned into a lantern to taste like? Apple? What? Why? Why not? Looks like an apple, should taste like an apple. This is a pumpkin. It doesn't look... Never mind, I won't even get into that kind of discussion again. So Raiko admits defeat! What? I just feared that's my animal at the time we argued over dog biscuits and tomatoes. Haikyuu! Maika has bested Raiko in a verbal dispute! This wasn't even... Okay. Whatever. It does look rather, you know, amused. Okay. Just seeing what else is selectable. Bunch of big translucent paper windows. I don't like these paper windows. Why not? Because you can't look through. All you can see is shadowy silhouettes. You never know who or what's on the other side. I used to have a sliding door with paper windows for my room. Oh right, I remember. I was always scared shitless when Dad came in the evening to say goodnight. Oh, sorry, sneezing. Oh hey, sun's coming up. I've not seen that before. Well, not many times. Her silhouette kind of looked like some disfigured monster or something. Okay, I think we got everything on this side. The green package is labelled crispy sour super crunchies. I've heard of those before. They're a well-known brand of potato chips. These here have sour apple flavour. I'm not sure I'd want to try those, but since the package is already empty, I guess they're quite popular. The red package, on the other hand, hasn't been opened yet. The label on it says tomneyberry flavour. Apparently it's a mixture of tomato, chilli and strawberry. Yikes. Guess now I know why no one's touched them yet. Tastes like detergent. I'm going back to the ones that had the thingy. Taste this more. Gonna die of boredom. Happy Halloween. A lie between friends. How will this drama unfold? Will the truth ever come to light? Ah, no worries. Have fun at the cafe. Maybe catch you later. Yeah. I mean, the sun's not even up, but sure, have fun at the cafe. Sorry, I don't usually surface before like 9 o'clock, so I don't know what this time of the morning looks like unless I'm forced to. Will we be able to get a job as a pumpkin carver? Tune in next time too. Raiko is bored and you might find out. Okay. What else did we have? Stuff that it talked about. I think that was just normal. I ate one of the cookies, it was tasty. What with some green and pink coloured chips. There's wasabi in them. Corroded Barachan's throat. He's bitten by Nika and is still in shock. It's rather creepy. It is indeed rather creepy. Two witches on a collision course. Oh. They're locked. Thankfully, Kotoba's running reasons. Thankfully, Kotoba has finally realised it's fake, and Barachan's still wary of it though. Okay. Oh yeah. Every time I look at that skull now, I'm going to think Aruna. Did you mention my name, Nakodora-san? Can I help you? No, we were just looking at a skull guy here. Oh, Suzuki-san. What? He's got a new? Of course. He was Miyamoto-san's neighbour. Eh? He repeatedly tried stealing her underwear, so one day she decided to beat some sense into him. However, being a reckless Miyamoto-san, she went a little overboard and broke his jaw in the process. Are you serious? Yes. I was there to witness everything. The poor boy was in so much pain, I decided to put him out of his misery. So I fetched my father's gun and put a bullet through his head. I thought his skull would make for some really creepy decoration, so I decapitated him. Beautiful, isn't he? I also made a Halloween soup from his intestines. Would have been a waste to throw him away, right? You want to try some, Akadora-san? You were listening on us earlier, huh? Yes. It's not nice to talk about people behind their backs, you know. So I thought I might return the favour. You're evil. I know. Poor little gullible Chan. Okay, I'm going back to these. They got more stuff. That's Suzuki. He was Ryu's neighbour. Rina beheaded him and put him there. Oh, these are so cool. Alright, okay. I think now I've got everything. So we've got some conversations. Talk to our friend. So how are you feeling so far? Okay. At least it doesn't repeat the same thing, because that's always annoying. When you're clicking on things hoping for new stuff and it just repeats it. So that's good. Okay. A little bored though. Yeah, for the party there sure ain't much partying going on. Well, not much we can do about it. Cannot start a party without the host. Besides, I don't mind it being quiet. Why are you complaining about it being boring? I'm not complaining. It's just that I can't stop thinking about all the productive activities I could be enjoying right now if only I was home. Oh, sorry. That's all my fault you end up here against your will. It's okay. I mean, of course I still wish you hadn't let me talk you into this, but no use crying over spilt milk. I just hope the night will go by quickly. Ah, come on, don't be like that. That's going to be fun. We'll see about that. But enough about me. You seem quite excited. Not getting nervous yet? A little maybe? I do wonder what Lee's got in store for us. It shouldn't matter, right? Huh? Why not? Back home, when you came to pick me up, you quite proudly proclaimed that you prepared yourself and nothing could faze you now, remember? Oh yeah? What exactly did you mean by that anyway? Well, I played a bunch of horror games last night. Oh? All by yourself? Yes, to mentally prepare myself. You've managed to finish them? Well, one of them. Almost. Like, I was halfway through, I think. Okay, I was just half an hour in, but still, must have been pretty scary, Well, let's just say I wasn't able to test sleep after that. Oh, so that's why you were so tired. Nevertheless, I'm proud of you for trying it for yourself. Yee. That was some really creepy and disturbing shit. Whoever comes up with that stuff's got to be some sick fuck. To be honest, the whole time I've been waiting to call you Wolfer, but that was already 1 AM, so I see. Anyway, I got you here with me now. The unscarable Raiko-san. Sama, whatever he's trying to scare us with, it won't matter. A little embarrassed, Baruchan began scratching her cheek and forcing herself to smile. My poor scaredy cat. She didn't seem too confident, and I frankly speaking wasn't either. Considering how much she'd already been startled by Ree's greeting or Micah's appearance in the hallway, I feared her preparations might be in vain. By now it should have been rather obvious, but Baruchan wasn't the bravest of girls. Everything related to horror really got to her. Vengeful spirits, curses, the underworld, demons. She was quite superstitious and actually believed in the existence of all those supernatural phenomena. It didn't matter how many times I tried telling her that all of that was nonsense. Once someone merely mentioned the word ghost, her stress levels skyrocketed. That was the very reason why she originally hadn't wanted to attend the party herself. Nevertheless, she had promised Rita to come because she was the kind of person who couldn't say no to her friends. And because I hadn't been able to say no either when she had begged me to accompany her, I'd ended up being here by myself. I guess you naturally felt safer with someone at your side, but I still wasn't sure what exactly she was expecting me to do here tonight. I mean, sure, I wasn't frightened that easily, but did that really do her any good? Well, I'm just glad you're here with me. Thanks again for coming, even though you didn't want to. I'll return the fever, promise. It's okay. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. We're friends. We stick together, right? Yeah. Anyway, let's see what the others up to eat. Alright. X page for Navarra's profile has been added. Okay. Let's talk to everyone and then look at all the stuff we've unlocked. Talk to Micah and Runa. Honestly, Tamishi-san, you cannot go around eating the decorations. It looked so yummy, but tasted like crap. Well, you're normally supposed to eat what's inside the pumpkin. You mean the candle? It's edible? Micah didn't know edible candles existed. That's not what I meant. What's going on here? Just Tamishi-san's usual shenanigans. Anyway, is there something I can help you with, Hidori-san? Shinpuku-san. Talk to Micah. So Micah, what exactly are you dressed up as anyway? But I can't tell. Micah's the Reaper. Oh, so that's why earlier you said your souls are yours, huh? Akuku? Micah's going to scare you to death and collect your souls. You know, something I just wanted to ask you. Why do you enjoy scaring others and playing pranks on them so much anyway? Why wouldn't Micah? Well, it's fun, Akuku. Well, I guess so. You tend to go to such great lengths just to scare someone. Like how you snuck into school the other night just to build that weird mechanism device thingies that fired a piece of chalk at Kenji's face when he opened his desk the next morning. Akuku, isn't that a bit too much work? I wonder if it's really worth the effort. Of course it is. Micah will get ice cream after all. What? You see, during his school life, Micah's dad managed to give 107 students such a scare that they wet themselves. If Micah can break that record before she graduates from high school, Micah's dad will buy her ice cream. Wait. What? Seriously? That was her motivation? She did all that for ice cream. Micah's Gramps managed to scare the living daylights out of 69 students, and when Micah's dad broke that record, Micah's Gramps brought him a lollipop. I see. Looks like the scaring people's business runs through the family then. It's a family tradition. Even now, scaring people is the most important thing in Micah's dad's life. So your dad's still scaring people? IQ? Micah's dad scares a lot of people every day at work. What's his job then? Clean a ghost at a haunted house or something? Huh? No, Micah's dad is a court judge. What did she just say? You mean like a judge at a tennis court, right? I can imagine I'm trying to scare the spectators, huh? No. Court like in courtroom. Arachel and I shared the same expression of disbelief. How in the world was that even possible? Was Micah honestly telling us her father was scaring people during courtroom session? I hereby declare you guilty. What? Just kidding. Akuku. No, she was kidding. She had to be. Otherwise I was going to lose even more faith in our judicial system. Anyway, how many people are you scared so far then? 93. What? Already? And you ain't cheating? Micah would never cheat. Micah scared them all fair and square. Only people who wet themselves count, and Micah can't scare the same person twice. Well, Micah could, but she isn't allowed to count them twice. So you basically have to scare 108 different people to break your dad's record? Aku? How's your dad shaking neat line turn? See that skeleton button on Micah's breast? It's a camera. Micah always has to wear a button camera and film her scare attacks so Micah's dad can watch and validate them later. Clearly, Ilkesh! I was hoping so desperately that everything she was telling us right now is a big joke. But useful if she has a camera. Knowing the fact that someone is going to die and the fact that we know she has a camera is important. Unfortunately, I'd actually met her parents during the last cultural festival and, well, let's just say I couldn't put it past them. Wait a sec. A camera? Are you telling me that time you scared me and I peed my pants? You actually tape that and show it to your dad? Aku? Anyway. Unfortunately, Micah's camera ran out of juice, so Micah won't be able to film the glorious moment of Raiko's defeat tonight. Oh, of course not, because that would be too easy. But that's no reason not to try. Micah's scare score will definitely go up by 1, and everyone here will be Micah's witness. While saying that, she pointed her index finger at me, confidence burning in her eyes. A mischievous grin formed on her lips, and before I'd even say a thing, she turned around and with a loud, self-confident laughter walked away, her long, torn scarf waving behind her. Well, who would have thought that she's even taping all her nonsense? Good to know her camera's not working tonight, but now she's told us about that, I'm more resolved to never let her beat me. I certainly don't want to be. Bara-chan? Oh dear. I guess that revelation had been a little too much for her. I'm still amused at how awesomely decorated this place is. I'm relieved to hear that, and I'm sure Miyamoto-san would be delighted as well. It really is impressive. To think just the two of you did all this together. But it wasn't just the two of us. We got additional help from Aika-san. Oh? Cameron was helping out too? Indeed. However, Aika-san and I actually didn't really do that much. We only helped with the food preparations as well as decorating the dining hall. In the end, Miyamoto-san did most of the work herself. The decorations were all done by her, for example. Wow, does you always put this much effort into her parties? Oh yes. I know Miyamoto-san doesn't necessarily seem like that kind of person, but she takes these things very seriously. And here I thought all this was just so you said, Taiko? Of course, Kikai-san played a huge part in it, but ultimately it's a lot more important to her that everyone is having fun. The whole day she was asking me again and again if everything would be alright if we forgot something important. She might not look like it, but she's quite worried everyone here won't be able to enjoy themselves. Don't tell her I said this, though. Interesting. I guess I'd misjudged Ri. This night seemed to be incredibly important to her, not only because of Taiko. She did want all of us to have a lot of fun. It was true, and she always put this much effort into her parties. I really regretted having declined all her previous invitations. It even made me feel kind of bad now. To think she always went through this much trouble, and I just said no whenever she tried to invite me, simply dismissing all her hard work as an immature waste of time. Even if I hadn't enjoyed being there, I still should have gone just to acknowledge her efforts. I really needed to apologise to her. I truly hope you enjoy this party. Of course, I cannot tell you exactly what she has planned for tonight, but I can guarantee you that you won't be disappointed. Looking forward to it? Me too. That's good to hear. Your hero? What you doing all the way back here just by yourself? Hero? What? Eh? What is a cookie? Tasty? A miserable little pile of secrets. He? But enough talk. Have one. Before Barachan and I had the slightest clue what the hell was going on, Hero snatched 2 skull-shaped cookies from the sheet on the table and stuffed one of them into each of our mouths. Then he took a 3rd cookie for himself, flipped it into the air like a coin and caught it between his fake vampire teeth. Not as tasty as the young maiden's blood, but delicious nonetheless. Yeah, they're really good. He's a nifty cook. Foolish, Nabara, foolishness! These masterpieces of cooking art were finely crafted with the utmost care by my precious little peach. You mean Momoki? Indeed. He? So what do you girls want? I'm not giving you autograph sessions today. We were just curious what you were doing here alone, that's all. Apart from simply being awesome, you mean? Nothing really. Just eating. I haven't tasted all the snacks around here yet. Ah, so you're on a tasting tour, huh? Oh, by the way, your costume's really cool. I really dig that super long cape. You better be careful not to step on it, though. Wouldn't want you to feast plant. Come on, as if something as ungraceful as that would ever happen to someone as perfect as me. Although I'll have you know that if it would happen, it would obviously be the greatest and most epic faceplant of all time. I kind of want to see it. But anyway, you made the costume yourself? Yeah, of course you'd think something as awesome as this was made by my fabulous self, but actually it wasn't. My little Peach made it for me. She started working on it immediately after Ri invited us. I think that was like 2 weeks ago. Took her only 1 to make it. Wow, she's really talented, huh? Of course she is. Just like me. With a perfect match. Mwahaha. Although she's the one to be lucky that such a great guy like me decided to go after her, I guess you could also say I'm really lucky she chose me over everyone else, huh? Even though I honestly see no reason why she'd have gone with anything less than perfection. The guy is full of himself. Oh wow, this guy. I was surprised his ego hadn't popped like a balloon yet. Wow. You made a nice catch, that's for sure. If I was a boy, I'd be so horny for her too. Guess I should be happy and satisfied then, huh? You ain't? Whatever. Would you mind leaving me alone for a bit? I know I'm a cool guy and I can't blame you for wanting to be near me, but even I need a couple of moments for myself every now and then. You know, to recharge that aura of awesomeness I'm radiating. I feel you, mate. Aha, okay. And just like that, Hero swiped another cookie from the table and shoved it down his throat as he quietly walked off. What was that all about? I kind of like his usual self. Indeed. Making some self-glorifying comments like always, but the fact that he had been standing here all by himself instead of trying to become the centre of everyone's attention was weird enough already. and his behaviour just now. Something definitely seemed to be troubling him. Considering his reaction to Barachan's question, I get the feeling it probably wasn't as lovey-dovey between him and Momoko as he always liked to pretend. But whatever the case, it was none of our business. So simply shrugging at each other, Barachan and I walked away, leaving Hiro by himself. You look really bad today. What's up with those huge bags under your eyes? Don't get much sleep again? Nightmares? Nah, I was watching porn all night. I'm not going to read the rest of that. Dude, you can't be serious. Come on, it's totally normal. Every muchacho does that. Everything in moderation, though. Also, Raiko-chan and Nobara-chan are listening, just so you know. What? Hola, Raiko-chan. Kitai. Just to be clear, I'm only thinking of you and... Dude! What the hell? Don't tell her stuff like that. Why not? That's a compliment. She's pure great. I just want to slap him. You're unbelievable. Sorry, Raiko-chan. Please just ignore him. Anywho, can I do something for you? I mean, we're talking to everyone, but I don't really want to talk to this dude. We just go through it quickly. So what's up with that weird costume? So what's up with that weird costume, Kotakun? What do you mean by what's up with it? I'm a prison inmate. Isn't that obvious? What a fitting costume that was. Well, duh. I mean, why'd you just decide to go as a prison inmate in the first place? Ain't nothing creepy about that. What? Are you kidding me? A lot of horror stuff happens in prisons, and some of my worst nightmares take place there too. I heard dreaming a lot about being in prison. Yeah, kinda. No, the other night I had that dream again where I was dropping the soap in the shower. Let's just say... Oh, God. Tola! I don't thank you for the bits. Too much information. Indeed. Judging from his expression, it couldn't have been that much of a nightmare for him. Forget I asked anything. Oh, alright. Well, can I ask something then? What? Oh my god! No, I mean, yes, but I'm not reading that on stream. Villain! Mika-chan. Mika! Au revoir! Oh, thank god for that. I was like, I'm doing it to get all the info bitty bits. Yeah, I mean, there's a perv. This is SHINRAI. SHINRAI, Broken Beyond Despair. It's supposed to be a murder mystery with teenage kids. At the moment, we're just waiting around to find for the murder. And it's taking a long time to get to it, so I'm reading out the parts, but I don't like that character, so I'm skipping what he said because he's kind of gross. I'm sorry. Don't think you can get away from Micah! Maybe the pervert. Oh, that would be perfect, but I doubt it. Maybe I can kill the pervert. Serves him right. Indeed. Not really hurt. I think my nose is totally kaput now. Don't be a pervert. Ouch. Micah certainly hadn't shown any mercy. Couldn't say I was feeling sorry for him though. Maybe he'd finally learned his lesson at least. Oh no, 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 maybe not. Right, thank God we don't have to talk to him again. Right, let's talk to cute guy. So, Taikoku? Yeah, didn't costume yourself? Well, you know, that's just not my thing. It's a little childish in my opinion. I just feel like I'm a bit too old for that kind of stuff. He? What's so funny? I just sounded exactly like Raiko-chan there for a sec. I did. Well, yeah. I guess Raiko-chan's the kind of person who'd think that way. Always so mature and ahead of her age. Not saying that's a bad thing. On the contrary, who doesn't like mature girls? Besides, like I said, I share the same sentiments. And I'm glad I'm not the only one who came here uncostumized. Then again, Raiko-chan's at least wearing those cat ears, so I guess that could somewhat count for dressing up, huh? I guess so. By the way, the others were right in saying you look cute with those ears. You really do. Oh, curses. This was getting more and more embarrassing by the moment. I could literally feel my face turn bright red as though it was ready to self-destruct. What are you laughing about now, Nobara-chan? Oh, I just thought you'd actually make a fine pair. What? Yeah, seem to have a lot in common, and your names also sound a lot alike. Raiko and Taiko, huh? That actually has a nice ring to it, don't you think? I see a possible romance blossoming on the horizon. Bara-chan! Well, come on guys, just kidding. Oh, why would you do this to me? As if this whole conversation hadn't already been awkward and embarrassing enough. Thankfully though, Taiko simply ignored her ridiculous nonsense and quickly tries changing the subject. Anywho, like I said, dressing up isn't my kind of thing, but I got to admit I somewhat regret not doing so, since Rikun seemed pretty disappointed about it. And I guess a big part of Halloween-themed party is to wear a costume. Well, you know, colour-wise your clothes do have this kind of police feeling to them, so I guess one could say you're wearing some sort of pseudo-costume. You'd think so? Just my usual stuff I wear outside of school. Yeah, but I guess you're right. The colour scheme kind of resembles a police uniform. I was thinking it was like some kind of... It looks like it's some kind of anime character. Yes. This costume of yours even matches with Kotoba's? Huh. True. Well, someone's got to keep that criminal in check. Speaking of which, I've always wondered how you even managed to deal with Kotoba. He's just... you. Kinda hard to believe a nice guy like you is best friends with a keepy perv like him. To be honest, sometimes I wonder about that myself. Moment, mate. What's that supposed to mean, Taiko-chan? Are you saying I'm annoying? Well, sometimes, maybe a little. So you hate me? What? No, I didn't say that. Tear me apart, Taiko-chan. Hey, you certainly have your flaws. A lot of them. But we've known each other for a long time now, so you could say I'm used to it. I also know a few things about you others don't. Oh, my neck. You can actually really be a nice and serious guy. Yes, but if he's a perv, it doesn't balance that shit out. You know, you're just validating it by still being friends with him. Oh, my neck really does hurt. Granted, it doesn't happen too often, but as a friend I know I can count on you. Usually. What I'm saying is no one's perfect, especially not you. You've done a lot for me in the past, and I appreciate that. I've never looked at it like this before. Most people at school probably thought a lot differently about me than Bara-chan, who was the only person who really knew me. Maybe it was the same with Kotoba. Maybe I was just unfairly judging and drew like... No. If that's all the information he's presenting, that is, you know, it's perfectly okay to judge him on that. Maybe I was just unfairly judging him usual lack of information, and really I'd see he had a good non-perverted side too. No, I just never got to see them because I knew him from class and didn't spend as much time with him as Taiko did. No. No. No, Taiko-chan. That's so sweet of you to say. You're making me blush. You're kind of creeping me out again right now. Taiko-chan. Shit-tim. My body is yours. Okay, I think I take back what I said. Yes? And so do I. Right, okay. Carmen. Really? Yes. That's why Kenji broke up with her. I never thought she was that kind of person. Guess you can't judge a book by its cover. Can't judge a book by its cover? That she of all people would dare say such a thing. Look who's eavesdropping. Oh, Rego-chan! And Nobara-chan too. Yo. What did we do to deserve you blessing us with your presence, Selma Scrumpy? Come on, Carmen. Don't tease her. What can we do for you, Rego-chan? Sorry. So you actually want to talk to me? What's going on? Are you feeling alright, little Miss Grumpy? Or did you hit your head? I'm still surprised to even see you here. I was certain you wouldn't show up. just like all the other times. Actually, this is the first time you're attending one of Ree's parties, isn't it? Some special reason for that? Or was the poor little thing forced to come here? I'm going to tell the truth because, you know, who cares what she says? I'm just here to accompany Barachan. What a surprise. Nobara's the only person you don't deem an entire waste of your time, isn't she? Anyway, guess that means I was right. I'm not here because of your own free will, but because of your friend. In other words, you poor thing felt forced to come here. Once again, I wanted to say something to her, but I had no idea what to say. She was right after all. I certainly wasn't here of my own free will. If I hadn't promised Barachan I'd accompany her, I would have gladly stayed home. Nevertheless, I didn't want to admit that in front of her. I probably shouldn't have even answered that question to begin with. Poor little Miss Grumpy. Probably had more important things to take care of, and now you have to waste your precious time with us immature. You come and stop it. And there comes the lapdog. Just cut it out already, will you? What's your problem anyway? My problem? I want to know what's hers. What's she even talking about? I wanted to know that myself. I was really sick of the way she treated me. About time to finally clear this up, so... I have not the slightest idea what I did to you, but it's obvious you hate me for some reason. So if there's anything I can do to change that... It's too late to change anything now. Still, there is one thing I'd love to know. Why have you become like this? What? What kind of a question was that? Why did I become like this? As in, why I become what she liked to refer as an unfriendly, dead, emotionless, grumpy person? Why did it even bother that much? I knew myself that I didn't leave the best impression on others due to my rather unsociable behaviour. Most people ignored me because of that, which was totally fine by me. Carmen, however, was the only one who seemed to really despise me for my personality. What was I going to say? I simply was an introvert. I avoided social interactions not because I was shy or hated everyone else, but because it was kind of exhausting, and I preferred not getting close to others. That really such a big deal. A lot of people were like that, including her best friend Momoko, so I didn't really get why she had it out for me of all people. It was simply the fact that unlike Momoko, I was always so serious, didn't know how to have fun, and never took part in our class shenanigans. I guess in those regards, the me from a few years ago had been a bit different. However, if Carmen was expecting me to tell her about what had led me to change, well... I actually don't know myself. What kind of an answer is that? Oh, whatever. Not like I really care or anything. Anyway, would you mind leaving me alone now? Man, I really wonder why she's like that towards you. Oh, it's like you killed a puppy or something. You really ain't gonna got a clue what you did to her? Believe me, I only truly wish I did. Ha! Those ears are so cute. I can't stop staring at them. Where did you get them anyway? My mother got them for me. Oh, I see. That reminds me, I never really saw it, but didn't your mum actually get some kind of cat suit as well? Oh, I want to see you wear it. Wearing that atrocious piece of garbage again. I'd rather kill myself. So you actually wore it already, huh? Well, doing it a second time shouldn't be that hard then, right? Do it for us. Do it for science. No. I'd honestly prefer suicide over that. Not something to joke about. Don't say things like that. I know you're just exaggerating, but you shouldn't talk like that. Suicide isn't a laughing matter. Thank you, Momoko. You shouldn't take it lightly. Sudden look in her eyes. Cheerfulness glowing in them until just a moment ago had utterly been eradicated. Now all that was seeping through was sadness and pain. Even without her words, I could instantly tell that suicide was quite a sensitive topic to her. Maybe she had dealt with it before one way or another. Whatever the case, I'd only wanted to exaggerate a little, but I guess I should have chosen my words more wisely. She was right after all. One shouldn't joke about a matter of such gravity. Sorry, that wasn't my intention. It's okay. I guess I overreacted there a little. Anyway, let's talk about something else. So, how do you like it here so far? Enjoying the party? Enjoyment is something different, but I guess it could be worse. You're not the party type, are you? Not really. Well, I can kind of relate. I'm a little introverted myself and don't like huge parties that much. Yeah, definitely one of them quieter peeps. Although today seems to be different. Today seems to be different. You're a lot more outgoing and talkative than usual. I guess so. Probably because we're not that many, and the few people who are here are ones from class I like the most. So I'm feeling a bit more comfortable than at school. If everyone were here, I'd stick to Carmen and Hero and hide from everyone else. Yeah, that'd be more like you. But since we're already on that topic, I always wondered how someone as shy as you actually managed to play in a band. And on a stage at that. Like during that last cultural festival. It seems like quite a paradox, doesn't it? Well, music means everything to me. My dad's a guitarist himself. He taught me to play since I was 6 years old. 6? Oh no, you're so good. Playing guitar, making music feel so liberating. It's hard to put into words, but I just love it. When I'm up on a stage with so many people watching me, of course I feel nervous. But the moment I start playing, I just close my eyes and focus on the melody. That way it's just the music and me, and I can forget everything else around me. That's how I'm able to play in front of a huge crowd. That's a neat trick, isn't it? It took me a long while until I figured it out, though. Before, I just kept hiding behind the stage and didn't even dare enter it. However, I couldn't always bail on the other band members, and I didn't want them to kick me out, so... I see. Well, I'm sure glad you find a way to play on stage. Your performance sure was awesome. Thanks. Oh, by the way, I've been meaning to ask you this for a while. What's your favourite kind of music, and do you have any musicians you really like? Of course. LG all the way. I dig his raps. His lyrics are so deep and moving. I see. Very interesting. I have to admit his music is kind of cool, but I'm not really a huge fan of rap. What about you, Raiko-chan? My favourite kind of music, huh? Death metal, I guess. I love the band Human Sacrifices a lot. That's kind of unexpected. Actually, I'm kidding. I see. Wouldn't have guessed with your expression. You have a weird sense of humour. I wouldn't have necessarily called it humour. I just kind of enjoyed shocking people every now and again by saying things they didn't expect from me. Seeing their reactions was always amusing. So what do you like then? I'm not really sure. I don't have a favourite musician. As for the genre, I like a lot of music, but I guess I especially enjoy jazz. Ah, yes, that's more like it. Death metal really doesn't suit you. I don't know about that. I can actually kind of see it. What's that supposed to mean? Anyway, that was interesting. Yes, very interesting indeed. I sure learned a lot about you two just now. You did? Yes. A person's taste in music can actually tell you quite a lot about them. It can? So what exactly does our taste in music tell you about us? Sorry, not telling. What? No fear. Momoko couldn't stop herself from giggling. She seemed to be enjoying herself quite a bit. It's just like Barachan mentioned earlier. Usually Momoko was rather shy and didn't talk much, similar to me. But today was different. Couldn't help but wonder if there was a special reason for that. You two are a fun duo. It's too bad we never talked like this before. I really regret that now. If you feel that way, you're just going to talk a shit ton, starting now. Never too late to change stuff and that. We're classmates after all. We'll get a lot more chances to talk, right? Just going to have to use them. That would be nice. I have to admit, I kind of felt the same. It was basically the first time I'd ever talked to Momoko like this, and she really was a nice and interesting person. To be honest, I also started thinking it was quite a shame I'd never talked to her before. I guess that was the curse of introverted people. Can we talk to Nobara again? Yeah, come on. We're talking to each other every day. Let's take the opportunity to talk to some of the others for a bit, Key. Alright. Don't she sound, don't. Oh no. No idea what the two of them are doing there, but it's probably best not to interfere for now. Hera's leaning with his back against the wall in the corner of the room. He keeps alternating between checking his cell phone and observing Momoko and Carmen on the other side of the dining hall. Not sure what's up with him, but it's probably best not to disturb him right now. Alright, Taiko-chan. It's about time we start making our move. What are you talking about? I know, obvious. We need to catch our prey. I'm so glad Kenji and his Ijos de Putas didn't show up. That's all more chicas for us. Makes the choice more difficult, though. Oh, difficile. Which one do you want to have, Taiko-chan? Just so I know we won't be going after the same babe. A fair player, after all. I'm not going after anyone. Eh? Come on, dude. What's with that attitude? You saying you don't like any of these hotties? Well, no, but I didn't come here to hit on girls, you know. Why the bleep else would anyone come to such a lame-ass Halloween party? Simply have a nice time with their friends. You serious? Come on, von nix machen, I guess. Gonna let this opportunity go to waste, though. Oh boy. One d'accord. Who should I pick? Momoko-chan's already taken, and Mika-chan looks hot, but she's kind of loco. Palmen-chan's got some really nice melodies. No, wait. I need to go through all my options first before I decide. No. Okay. Oh, it's so grummelig. Stop it. You should really learn to keep all the stuff to yourself. She's right behind you, you know. What are you doing here again? Didn't mean it like that. Making. Oh, stop it. No shit. You know, Taiko-chan, you could really help there a little. Yes, you're right. Or Raiko-chan. Next time I'll make sure to call Mika the moment you open your dirty mouth. Better yet, punch you myself. You traitor. You're supposed to be on my side. Why's everyone always against me? Say love you. I wouldn't mind talking to Momoko again, but as long as Cameron's near, it's probably best not to approach the two of them. Cameron made it rather clear that she doesn't want to see me right now, so... Okay, I think we're done. Right. We haven't got any clues or evidence right now, because we're not good at murder. Trivia. We've got the Okika doll. It's said that long ago there was a girl who owned a doll just like this. She loved it so much she played with it all the time. One fateful day, however, the girl fell ill and eventually died. We actually already got this. It just summarises it. The doll is named after the girl it belongs and to whose spirit is said to reside. Tengu. A Tengu is a mountain goblin, usually depicted with a red face and a long nose. The word Tengu itself translates to heavenly dog. It derives from Tiangu, the name of a Chinese dog-like creature. Tengu possesses human-like bodies with wings. Apart from the very popular red-faced version, they are also often depicted as more bird-like monsters, still possessing a human body but featuring claws and a crow head with a giant beak instead of a long nose. They usually wear a priest's hat and the garb of a yamabushi, a hermit or mountain priest. Like many other yukai, strange apparition, Tengu are often depicted as evil or mischievous entities that enjoy playing pranks on humans. Sometimes they can use various kinds of magic or feather fans to create strong gusts of wind. The Kasa Obaki, literally umbrella ghost, is a yukai, strange apparition, which takes the shape of an old bamboo umbrella, hopping around on a single leg and featuring one giant eye. Sometimes they're also depicted with two arms or a long tongue. In most folk tales, Kasa Obaku usually don't try to hurt humans. They do, however, love to play pranks on them. During a sudden downpour, for instance, a Kasa Obaka may appear out of nowhere as a seemingly ordinary umbrella. When you try and take it to protect yourself from the rain, it will open up by itself to scare you, or even lift you up into the air. Mum used to tell me that they can also shoot lasers from their eye and possess enough strength in their leg to kick your head off into the furthest reaches of the universe. The Hyakunin issue is just what the title promises, an anthology of 100 poems written by 100 different people. The short poems, known as waka or Tanaka, usually consist of 31 syllables spread across 5 lines in a 5-7-5-5-7 pattern. They were compiled during the first half of the 13th century by Fujiwara no Taika, also known as Fujiwara no Serai. The 81st poem, cursive form on the left, was written by Fujiwara no Sanasta during the late 12th century. It roughly translates to, "As I gazed into the distance from where the cuckoo called, only a waning moon was left on the dawning sky." And there's the kanji version, which I can't read. But it looks pretty. Okay, no more maps. Meeting the others. No, we've already read that. Okay, cool. Okay, back. Save. Right, I think we've done everything, so I'm going to hit complete. Yes. Alright, Akasa can't force you. I'm going to talk some more to the other stool. And with that, I apologised to Barra-chan before quietly withdrawing into a corner of the room. Sighing, I sat down at one of the large dinner tables from where I watched the others continue their boring and trivial conversations. Hey, we did everything! Don't make it like we didn't do everything. I really wasn't made for this kind of thing. And I could hope now that it wouldn't take much longer for Reed to come back. As soon as she would, the sooner I'd be able to go to bed. I wasn't exactly sure how much time had passed since she had set out on her quest to regenerate her rotten skin, but by now it should have been more enough than to take several showers. Just what in the world was she doing? I was really starting to get bored here and already felt a little exhausted. The party hadn't even officially started yet, and I would have loved to go straight to bed. I feel ya. I guess I wasn't the only one. Runa was trying her best to keep everyone entertained, but the nervousness on her face etched itself deeper and deeper into her expression as the others grew more and more impatient. Where the hell is Ree? Some party this is. Getting bored here, and I can only eat so many snacks before I feel like throwing up. My apologies, Shirataki-san. I don't know what's taking her so long. Well, if she doesn't show up soon, I'm going to go to my room. Please, it can't be much longer. Oh, exactly, Alkesh. I think I'll just go to look for Ryokun. Ryokun, she's honestly taking a little too long. Ah, you don't have to, Kiki-san. I will go myself and... But before she was able to finish her sentence... Clattering noise of the sliding doors cuts right through it. Everyone immediately darted their gazes towards the dining hall's entrance. Oh, she's not dead yet. Who's gonna die and when are they gonna die? Yo-ho! There she was, finally. Resurrected from the dead, Reed stood between the sliding doors, the blood originally covering her arms and chest gone, just like the deep flesh wounds and lifeless colour from her face. Now that she didn't look like a rotting corpse anymore, her outfit definitely had a more sexy vibe to it, certainly much better suited for her seductive purposes. Did I hear that right? You wanted to go look for me, Taiko? Were you that worried? Well, we all were. I mean, what kind of host just disappears leaving their guests by themselves? And hey, what happened to your zombie look? Is that why you were gone? Did you take a shower? Yeah, the body paint got kind of itchy. I wouldn't have been able to stand it for much longer. You could have at least told us. If I had, you would have followed me to sneak a peek. Never. Well, I definitely would have. You look super sexy now, Richa. Anyways, don't ignore me, Jackson. I'm sorry for making you guys wait, but now we can finally get things rolling. No one said a word, but their expressions all translated to the same thought. About time. And I could only agree. With Ree now finally present as well, this moment also marked the first time tonight that every single person attending this Halloween party was gathered in the same place. 10 people in total, 3 boys and 7 girls. Aside from Barachan and myself. There was the resurrected zombie Ree, the twin shrine maidens Runa and Momoko, Carmen the Black Witch, Mika the Reaper, Count Hirokuro, and yeah, him, unsuspecting love trap victim Taiko. Convict Kotobo and the unsuspecting love trap victim Taiko. For such a giant resort, that was sure a small number of guests. In any case, despite my desire to just go to bed, or better yet, return home, I had to admit I was somewhat intrigued as to what was going to happen next. Everyone was. Except for Runa, no one had the slightest clue exactly what Ree had planned for tonight. One thing was certain, though. A horrifying chain of events was to unfold, one that not even our host could have foreseen. That's the end of chapter 1. And no one's dead yet! But we have to switch games. It's 7:30. We've been playing this for about 5 hours now. Yeah, we've been playing this for like 5 hours. I was hoping someone would die and we could do some investigating, but sadly no. Chapter 2. Trepidation. I mean, unless someone literally dies. Oh, okay. Well, maybe we'll just find out who dies. Please stop. I beg you. Please. Why? Why are you doing the... God, it's like a TikTok. Whack, whack, bang, 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 bang. Shine. Oh no, the popo. It was over. Those desperate pleas for mercy, distorted by pitiful whimpers and blood-crawling, curdling cries of agony, had finally stopped. In their place, a strange, somewhat bizarre noise rose from the sudden silence. A sound quite similar to a gargle, just drier. Almost as though the person barely held any liquid inside their throat. Continuous, yet inconsistent, that dry, low-pitched gargling noise hung in the air, repeatedly getting cut off, almost like a stutter, until eventually faded away, leaving behind nothing but deathly silence. As the last glint of life had left what had resembled a human being, its mutilated remains slowly slid down the wall. This is going to be a movie, isn't it? We're watching a horror movie. Its mutilated remains slowly slid down the wall, smearing a trail of red paint across the cracked clay. Before finally collapsed into the floor into a pool of its own blood. A truly gruesome death for a dick-driven moron who deserved it. There we go. Told you it was a movie. As the credits began to roll, we turned off the projector and switched the lights back on. Where only a few seconds ago a guy had been beaten to death with a baseball bat, there was now nothing but an empty white wall. Thank God it was over. What a terrible movie. To start this little Halloween party off and get everyone in the right mood, Rhea had wanted us to watch a rather short horror movie together. While in theory that didn't sound like such a bad idea, I really wish she'd chosen a better one. It had been your run-of-the-mill slasher with a bunch of horny teenagers getting killed by some invincible psychopath. The poor acting, abysmal special effects and bad writing had turned into more of an unintentional comedy though. Needless to say, I hadn't been scared in the slightest. Oh yeah, we have a diary entry. Waiting for Ree. Oh god. Yeah, gotta take better care of your diary, girl. It's easy to just snag it all year, fool around it. No wonder Micah got her hands on it. You ain't careful, everyone's gonna read it, man. Anyway, just thought I'd let you know. Peace. And you couldn't just tell me that in person. Wait, why am I even applying to her in my diary? Also, what's with the emoticons again? Called emojis. Whatever, I guess I need to keep a constant eye on it from now on. While waiting for Rhea, everyone remained in the dining hall, talking and eating snacks. Nothing remarkable happened. I just followed Barra-chan around, still lamenting my situation. After a while, the others started to grow rather impatient, but just as Taiko was about to go look for Rhea, she burst through the sliding doors, now with less rotten skin and more sex appeal. Honestly, though, how long does she need to take a shower? Oh well, at least the actual party's finally about to start now. I was getting rather bored, so let's see what Rhea's got in store for us. Okay. I mean, scared in the slightest, however. Holy crap, that was the scariest and gaudiest movie ever. We that one guy got his eyes gouged out with a toothpick was just messed up, man. Messed up. Oh, my eyes are still twitching. Sure as heck ain't gonna sleep tonight. I know. No one saw that one coming, huh? Barra-chan had been absolutely terrified by that cinematic disaster, clinging to my arm and literally squeezing it numb the whole time. If Rhea's intention had been to turn us into nervous, paranoid wrecks, it'd be easy to scare us with whatever she had planned for tonight, then at least when it came to Barra-chan, she had definitely succeeded. Although, to my surprise, she wasn't the only one this movie had taken quite a toll on. Of course, Hiro hadn't been impressed at all. On the contrary, he'd even been laughing throughout most of the movie, poking fun at the bad effects and stupid protagonists. His precious Peach, on the other hand, had accompanied the movie score with terrified whimpers and occasional shrieks from start to finish. She actually looked rather pale now. Carmen and Runa's faces also looked quite colourless. In order to give themselves the courage to keep on watching, they'd been sitting shoulder to shoulder, holding hands and even hugging each other during the especially gory parts. And every now and then, they'd also joined in the shrieking choir. As for Rhea and Taiko, well, neither of them had paid too much attention to the movie. I guess Taiko had wanted to, but Rhea wouldn't let him. She had used every opportunity, every single jump scare, to throw herself at him, acting all scared and hoping he'd comfort her. I had no idea if he'd actually realised that she'd only pretended to be scared, but whatever. In the case, the poor guy seemed rather exhausted and slightly disturbed now. Similar to Rhea, Kotoba had also tried using the movie to his advantage to get closer to us girls, but unsurprisingly he had failed at that quite epically. While trying to sling his arms around Carmen's waist, for instance, she had slapped him so hard that he'd been out cold for a while. And he could consider himself lucky getting off with just that. I mean, if Micah hadn't been preoccupied with other things, who knows what she would have done to him. Speaking of that little devil, it should have been pretty obvious what she'd been so busy with. Trying to give me the scare of a lifetime, of course. However, if she really wanted to triumph over me, she had to do a lot better than sneaking up on me to yell boo in my ears and other childish nonsense like that. I honestly felt somewhat insulted that she thought that apparently could work. In any case, now that the first square on Rhea's to-do list was checked, it was time to move on to the next one, dinner. Originally she had planned to eat during the movie, but even if its effects had been pretty fake-tastic, there had been one disgusting gore-fest. As such, we had collectively decided to postpone any attempts at food intake until afterwards. Okay, it looks like no one's dying anytime soon, so we'll just hit a save and switch games. Okay, right, I'll switch to the extra live stream screen. Sorry, I'm going to decide what I'm doing. At least we've got an achievement. Got an achievement for unlocking trivia. Oh, we got 2 achievements. Oh yeah, and for finishing chapter 1. So yes, we got the Tenacious Trivia Nut, unlocked all optional trivia entries. Oh yeah, there was something in the character... Oh, we'll have a look at it next time. Because we'll look at the characters and we'll see. And unlock chapter 1. Okay, so what are we going to play next? I'll wait till Dan wakes up to do Undertale. I might have a quick break. Just nip to the bathroom. Could do some set access. Could do, yeah. Oh, yes, I will. I'm going to get up and I'm going to stretch properly because my neck hurts. I a couple of games lined up. I mostly just need to stretch. So I think what I'll just do is just leave you on this screen for a moment. I'm going to straighten out my green screen as well because judging by that, it's a bit wonky again. I'm going to have a stretch and nip to the bathroom. So I'm probably just going to stick an ad on and then I'm back in a few minutes. Right. Had a good stretch. Okay. Yeah, I should probably put my Fitbit on to charge at some point. Right. I think I'm going to do some Z-Axis, a game I got a while ago. I played lots, but I've got some speedruns left, and I feel brain teasing type stuff might be a good thing to switch to. So I'm going to do the stop recording and start recording again. So finishing this segment.